7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, what's the lead? I mean, I can be soft with you, but I need to know where to go with this because the Stiefel dossier, while reliable, seems to be confused this morning.
Oh, I would say it's our Redbirds.
Yeah.
You didn't like that answer, did you?
Football team season is over.
Our Cardinal Redbirds. This club that's willing to fight. This club that doesn't give up. This club that's right there in the hunt. I believe that's our lead. I was there yesterday, and it was like old times. The stadium was mostly crowded, mostly packed. It felt like old times again. I don't know if we'll continue that or not, but
I was there too, Doug.
Wow, you guys are both there.
Were you guys together?
No.
Do you share locations? You're like, oh, look, Doug's over 10 feet away. Don't need to say hi. I'll see him Monday.
If I would have seen them, that would have been kind of my mentality. But the energy was there. It was full. It was full. A lot of blue.
A lot of Dodger fans.
A lot of blue.
Surprised how many Dodger fans.
Yeah, a lot of front runners.
I guess.
Posers.
And it looked like maybe a lot of people of Japanese descent following Ohtani and maybe around.
But if you're from L.A. and you live, let's say, Iowa, Indiana, would you make the trek to St. Louis? Like, if you happen to be a transplanted Dodger fan,
sure.
You look around to see when they're going to play the Cubs, when they're going to play the Cardinals, show up. I mean, I don't think do you think they were here from L.A. is my question.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
L.A. and London.
I don't know about that. But there were a few thousand Dodger fans, I'd say. A lot of Dodger blue. But not as much as there was Cardinal red.
Thanks, Doug.
Hello, best fans in baseball. Man, if we could have just got one or two more hits there in late innings, runners in scoring position.
The series win.
Yeah, well.
Think they let up on Sunday because they already had the series win in their pocket?
That's my concern. You start worrying about series. Oh, well, we already won the first two. The third one doesn't matter. It does. The most important game is the next one.
Since it has become a topic on this show, I have noticed how often it's referenced. John Rooney in the car and said, that's a Cardinals series win. Flipping around the TV that night, and the Cards take the series. I didn't realize how often we said it until Doug made it into a thing, and now I just can't avoid it. New series begins with the Blue Jays. You can hope to take another series.
Well, you can hope to win all the games.
But just take the series.
No, it does not just take the series. You go for all of them. Okay. I mean, it's great.
I'm from L.A., Martin, and I didn't waste my time down there. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. So there's one representation of Los Angeles in the text inbox, which is brought to you by Air Comfort Service, 314-399-9646. Then there's that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. And you, of course, can call in on SGA's 34 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists, and what had to be a 5-star lock last night. Don't you think, Jackson?
That was the game script I was expecting in Game 1. That's how I expected it to go Game 1. It just took a little scaring from the Pacers in Game 1.
Your thoughts on the scaring from the Pacers in Game 1 and the Thunder's response. 314-974-0101. That is how you can get involved via the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Martin, what do you think is the lead? Doug seems like he's off today.
Well, the Battlehawks were on Fox 2, so that always bumps it up. It's like ESPN.com.
Okay.
Whatever league they happen to be in bed with is always on the front page. And then the league they just opted out of, they bury. So that's kind of what I do. The lead, I think, for sure, is the Cardinals and the fans. And Ollie was excited. He said the boys were into it. The building was jumping. 40,071 on Friday. 37,465 Saturday. Again, that's sold, but pretty good representation this weekend. And then on Sunday, 42,255. Second largest number since opening day.
How about that?
Very nice. Very nice. Felt like the first day of summer out there. It started to get hot.
You like that?
I do. I like that.
I do as well. It's June 9th. Let's enjoy summer. FFS.
But the Cardinal lost, Battlehawks lost, City lost. It's going to be hard for me to be much good to you today.
It was a tough Sunday. And then a couple of people texted me. They were upset. John Hamm wearing a Yankees hat on Sunday Night Baseball. I'm like, maybe that's the lead. And it's not as if I won't be texting him to ask him about it. Because
you are going to text him.
No. I'm waiting because we have, what did he say? We'll have a Hot Stove Blues visit.
That's right.
So I'm going to hold off until we have the Hot Stove Blues visit. I don't know, Tim. I think the lead is just the Cardinals, Dodgers, et al.
I loved the game on Saturday. That was
awesome.
As a child of the 80s, that kind of baseball's right up my alley. And it was a thriller. And really, it was a series of bad breaks that even got that game 2 extra innings with the Dodgers top of the 9th. But the Cardinals' ability to respond to the bottom of the 9th, that's a hell of a win, and that was super fun. I think that was the best win of the year to date because that's 2 in a row over the Dodgers at that point, and the ability to hang in there with Yamamoto and get the win. Mason win. Doug, you were calling it Mason's Mad Dash? And
I didn't call it that,
I
but I'll
actually
go
called
with
the
it.
audio file Mason Wins Mad Dash.
how about that? That's the
You guys are on board.
Yeah, this is when you know a show is locked in, is when telepathically producers and hosts are communicating. Take a listen, if you would. This is called Mason's Mad Dash.
Okay.
Side is wide open. Right back to the mound. Bounced off Kasperius. Off balance, slow, off target. Runner coming home. Throw is late. The Cardinals steal a run.
Base hit.
Nice.
Real playoff atmosphere after that one.
Came from second on an infield single. I love that.
You were at the game on Saturday, too?
No,
I was about
Sunday.
to give you a rights holder merit badge.
I wish. Yeah. No,
Slurpee.
not there on Saturday, but I've been giving Pop Warner a little bit of guff for not sending. Great
Yeah,
work.
that's one of your trademarks here. Like, if you want to hear Pop Warner get called out, tune into 101 ESPN in the mornings.
Everybody's going to have a thing. That's
But-
your thing. Schultz getting fired, according to you, and Pop Warner not aggressive
Well, John
enough.
King's the best reliever, and Pop Warner needs to send more guys. But great work on Pop Warner's part by getting in Wynn's ear to say, go, 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 go.
Lindsay.
I don't know if that's the coach or if that's just a player at that point. It happens so fast. If you're the player and you're counting on the coach to yell, it's probably too late.
They do those.
That's an instinct play.
They do those shout outs in the tunnel after wins on TikTok. Really fun. And John Jay shouted out Pop Warner. He goes, great work, Pop. Way to send him. John Jay's always shouting out the coaching staff.
I like that. That's good for camaraderie.
I agree.
Now, if you're coming from second on a base hit to the outfield, you're looking at the coach there. But if it's a instinct play, do I go, do I not go? That's probably on the runner.
I just try to be nice to Pop Warner.
Okay,
One time,
yes.
he stepped all over.
No, he's done a fine job.
Well,
I'm just saying, if you're in that situation and you're waiting on a coach to tell you to go or not, it's too late.
I was in the car for the Arenado walk-off, but there was a little debate, Rooney and Horton, whether if the Dodgers had kept somebody in left field, because there was only one out, they said it wasn't that deep, would there have been a play at the plate? They chose to load up the infield.
I think he would have scored on
it was
that.
Barrero on third, right? I believe.
Running
they
for
pinched-
Gorman?
Yeah.
Who got his eye back?
Yeah,
Okay.
Gorman hit that double, so I think he would have scored.
Yeah. Just fun little
I'm sorry.
ball talk.
I don't mean to be negative.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
But why is Barrero starting in the outfield? Do the Cardinals not have a better hitter than this to put in the outfield?
Walker's hurt.
This guy's been in the major leagues for 5 years, mostly with the Reds. His career average is $1.84.
I think they had just been asked in recent days, when's he going to play?
He doesn't
Not that
hit
the media
a lick.
forced him into the lineup, but I believe there was a conversation over the weekend. What are you going to do with Barrero? He never plays.
But I'm not sure he should.
Well, okay.
Don't they have a hitter in the organization who can play the outfield and hit better than this? I mean, he's never hit. Anywhere he's been, he's never hit. You have to have an outfielder that can hit a little bit, don't you?
Tim, I didn't see it coming that Jackie's thing is Pop Warner, not sending guys, and Doug going after Burr. All the
Take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers.
Well, I know he's a good utility guy. He can back up, win it short, and everything. I get that. But to start in the outfield, you have to have some offense in your outfield.
I think Scott's struggling.
He's been
and
really bad.
So I thought,
and he's a lefty.
I think it was a combo. They're like, let's give Scott a day off, and let's make sure Barrero knows he's still on the team. I think that's what they were.
It was a reminder
I'm
service.
sure that's what it was. I don't doubt that. I would just think that somewhere in your organization you got an outfielder who can hit a little bit. You have to have some offense from your outfield. You got to.
Well, this is a spot start when Walker's hurt.
It's still a game that counts.
Jackson acknowledged that it counts.
Of course it counts, but
Interesting.
Are you supposed to just like genetically engineer an outfielder for one game? Like this is who they got.
You're supposed to have some
AI-generated
outfielders.
outfielders.
You're supposed to have some outfielders in the organization who can hit a little
I know
bit.
Victor Scott's not hitting right now, and it's a lefty on lefty. Give him a day off, so you put Barrero in there.
It is a situation in the big leagues where you need some guys who just don't play a lot but are on the bench because you're not going to have a prospect just sitting there who doesn't play for a week. And you would hope, remember Mike Ramsey?
Oh, sure.
He had the great mullet.
Yeah, curled, too.
He could do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but never hit a ton. But there he was on the bench, just kind of there when you needed him.
Usually a middle infielder.
Yeah.
You don't have outfielders sitting around who can't hit.
Well, Barrero is more of an infield, I would think.
Yeah, there was a play in center yesterday that Vic Scott probably makes that Barrero hit the ground on that one.
Yeah. So, Doug, you're saying it matters.
Well, of course it matters.
Okay.
Burleson's hitting the hell out of the baseball right now. Like to see him moved up a little bit from the 7th spot. I don't think anybody's on the team swinging the bat better than him right now.
Burley got the bat to get it done.
He does.
How about that?
You think the Friday phone call got him rolling?
I would
There's
say
a bump.
yes to that. I would say
He had a
yes.
pre-TMA bump, a post-TMA bump.
Who is this outfield fella they called up that looks like the next coming of Tyler Motter? That's from Painter Guy.
Valade?
Ryan
that would be
Valade. He broke an 0 for 30 at the big league level.
What happened to Michael Ciani? It's from the 314.
Or these guys they've drafted the last 2-3 years. None of them is anywhere close to being ready. If you're going to be in the race, I mean, you got to have somebody ready to step in, somebody with a bat. I guess they don't have it.
Well, if Barrero was a backup catcher, Doug, would you like him better?
Jackson
need a few
Jackson
more.
wants 6 catchers on the major league roster.
Maybe one less catcher and one more outfielder who can hit.
I don't know.
How about that idea?
Debbie Downer Vaughn bashing Pop. Great start to the week. That's from Taint Slap. He's not happy.
I didn't bash Pop. I'm just telling you, if you're a runner at third and you're deciding whether to go on an infield ground ball, you're not waiting on the little league coach to say, "Go, Jimmy, go." you gotta make that call yourself on instinct.
He's athletic and cute, at least. That's from Percy Blumpkin.
Barrero was the Reds' top prospect for a while. So there's something there, Doug, but all right. You want to call up Ciani? But then Barrero is kind of a backup infielder as well. I got some flexibility here.
With the Reds, he hit 194, 200, 152, 218.
Batting average doesn't matter anymore.
This year he's at 150. All right, he's got 5 career home runs in 5 major league seasons.
Going after Barrero, I didn't see.
Tim,
they took 2 out of 3.
Warner.
What's wrong with you idiots?
I don't
They
mean
just took 2 out of 3.
I don't mean to go after him. I'm saying that if they're going to be a contender, they're going to need more pop in the lineup. And you better find another outfielder who can hit a little bit. Because you're not getting a whole lot from your outfield right now other than Burleson.
Tim, you like to gamble?
I do. I
maybe
had
you have
Ryan Fox, and I was handsomely rewarded yesterday.
You may have,
Thank you.
an issue even. Could I have been given odds? Would there have been a wager to be had on Friday if I said Cards shut out the Dodgers back-to-back games? What would the odds of that? Wouldn't that have been outrageous? Like if you had bet $100 that they would win Friday, Saturday by shutout fashion over that lineup. Don't you think you would have raked in some cash? Like,
Boy, yeah, then I would have been tilted by the bad break run in the 9th.
2 bad breaks.
Yeah,
Ground ball hit the base.
The pass ball and the ball hit the base. God, I wonder what that would pay.
because they're sitting there going 0. I mean, they only had 1 home run
50
all
to 1
weekend.
range?
Shout out to Phil Maton, his Friday when he
Cheating on
appeared.
King.
Oh my God! Yeah, well, apologies.
Steven Matz
apologies
looks
to
pretty
the crown.
good. Matz looks pretty good coming out of the bullpen, too.
Yeah,
He's done some good work. Well, we'll see where it all leads. They said 4 out right now, 4.5, 4 out behind the Cubs.
That's right. Red Hot Blue Jays coming to St. Louis for 3, Doug, and then off to Milwaukee for 4. Well, that'll put the players to the test.
It will.
But so far in this stretch with the Dodgers, Blue Jays, and Brewers, Cardinals 2-1 by taking 2 of 3 against the defending world champions. My question for our listening audience via text and via the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and of course the Callahan and Thompson phone lines, the following. Number 1, do you now buy in that the Cardinals are legitimate contenders in 2025? And then secondarily, are you on board? Because I think at the start of the season, the answer for the majority of fans, and I mean like 80+%, would have been no to both of those. And I'd be curious where people are now as, Doug, we approach Flag Day, which is the start of the season.
I think they are contenders due to their quality starting pitching and their defense. I think keeps them in most games. And I am definitely buying in because the other choice is to give up on the whole baseball season. I don't want to do that. So, yeah, I'm buying in.
Martin,
Sure.
Yeah, I felt like this weekend was a reminder of Doug's theory. If you just get in, which I have always hated that as a premise because it feels like the bar's too low. Well, just get in. But we've talked about the randomness of October. If you played the Dodgers 100 times, they'd probably beat you, 65-ish? If you played them over and over and over again. Course of the season, they're going to have more wins. They've got a better team. Maybe you can beat them in a series. Maybe you can beat them in the playoffs. Maybe. But I think the big number this weekend, it was certainly goosed by the Dodgers being the opponent. I don't think you're going to see that kind of crowd consistently. When the Cubs are here, what are we, 2 weeks out from the first time they face Chicago?
Well, 4-game series. How do you do?
That'll be interesting on a Monday night, but it is the Cubs. First chance to go head-to-head with Chicago. So I think the crowds this weekend represent fans being excited about the team, but also it's the Dodgers, which is going to make it, I bet, every year. You have to look back. Like, has there ever been a down Dodgers series, like when they come to town? That's always a draw. But I think people are kind of excited that this team could at least stay in the mix.
I think I heard on the broadcast Friday night, they said the Dodgers have had 15 pitchers in their organizations on the injured list this year.
Oof.
It seems like a tradition for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't they get to the postseason and they had nobody to pitch, and yet they signed everybody?
I wonder if they're doing
about
Wonder if they're doing something wrong.
Well, I bet you they've studied it because they've had so many big-name guys just kind of disappear. You're like, what, didn't they have? Oh, yeah, he's injured. Oh, yeah, he's injured.
Well, pitching in general, something is being done wrong. Whether kids are throwing too much when they're little or not enough, or whether they're trying to throw too hard or not hard enough. Somewhere, I don't think anybody has a exact answer yet, but so many pitchers get hurt. So many of them need Tommy John that I don't think anyone has yet figured out the correct formula on how to groom a pitcher long term without getting them hurt.
Ken Rosenthal wrote a column about that. That would be in the recommended reading that was posted yesterday on The Athletic. Corbin Burns' issue, and he is done for the year. The impact that has on the Diamondbacks, keep an eye on them if they were to fall out of it, even though they were carrying like a $175 million payroll. They might be in a spot where they become sellers now that Burns is down and the team isn't playing great as it is. Along those lines, then he points out all of the pitchers who have major arm issues and how teams are going to be hesitant going forward, or already were, to giving these long-term deals to starting pitchers because inevitably they're going to miss some time.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I think it's probably just all the maximum effort pitches they throw. Everybody has to throw mid-90s to get spotted as a kid, to get drafted. And then they just keep ramping it up, and now they want all the relievers to come in throwing 98 miles an hour. And I'm just not sure that that's the recipe for long-term success for a pitcher. Short-term, maybe.
He says the implications of Burns' surgery, though, go far beyond the Diamondbacks' immediate future. The inevitability of pitching injuries haunts the entire sport. The enjoyment of watching Paul Skeens or Tarek Skubal dominate is tempered by a question never far from anyone's mind. Who is next? Burns signed a 6-year, $210 million free agent deal, matching Max Scherzer for the 7th largest guaranteed award to a pitcher. The largest and 11th largest belong to the Dodgers' Yamamoto and Blake Snell. The 2nd, 4th, and 17th largest belong to Cole, Fried, and Rodon. Yamamoto missed nearly 3 months last season. Snell will miss at least 2 months this season, and those are relatively good outcomes considering the potential for injuries that require even longer recoveries, such as what's going on with Garrett Cole. There's also concern already with regard to Fried because he's in the first year of an 8-year deal and he's on pace to pitch a career-high 209 innings. The Dodgers and Yankees thrive because they spend on high-end talent, excel at pitching development, and build depth to compensate for injuries. But most teams don't have their resources and they cannot manage to do all three. And Burns' injury will serve as another red flag, further discouraging mid-market teams from investing heavily in starting pitching.
And historically, you think about those deals, the Cardinals would always be in the mix. Kevin Brown, Mike Hampton, more recently David Price, these just huge item players. And most of these ones you throw out there, even back in the day, remember Danny Jackson was a big ticket, and then that didn't work out for the Cardinals. But for the most part, these huge deals, It's a great point. Can you get like a Sonny Gray deal? Take a shot at a guy for 3 years, $25 million a year. These days, that's low. That might be a better model where you have flexibility.
It's also the Cardinals' largest contract for a free agent pitcher.
Or just draft for pitching.
They're going to
Make that the focus.
They're going to a 6-man rotation right now, and nobody's hurt, but they're just trying to make sure that they ease up on the arm. It sounds like they're babying, but look around the league. Maybe it's smart.
But if you go back a generation, maybe more than one generation, 60s, 70s, they had 4-man rotations, not 5- and 6-man rotations. Oftentimes, pitchers would throw a complete game. Oftentimes, they'd make more than 30 starts in a season. And it seemed rare that a pitcher ever missed a whole year because of arm problems. Now, clearly, they weren't throwing as hard as they are now. But something is off.
And they weren't in as good a shape probably back then either. Isn't that crazy? Now they're all doing specialized training at age 8, 9, 10, get to the big leagues. They're super fit. They're into nutrition, and then everyone's hurt.
And some of the top pitchers back then pitched well into their 40s. Nolan Ryan was 47. And I think Carlton pitched into his 40s. Now, these are some of the best ever to do it. But there were a lot of those guys who pitched well into their mid to late 30s. Now you better get your money as quickly as you can, because I don't know how many pitchers the Cardinals have had that have been here long term that haven't had Tommy John. It seems like they all have it at some point.
You can give your thoughts, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it, and we are going to have some warm weather and sunny skies over the next few days. Get out and enjoy it, and enjoy a Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA. Brad Thompson will join us coming up at 9:30 on the Stiefel dossier to talk about the weekend that was for the Cardinals and a big week ahead with the Blue Jays coming to town and 4 against the Brewers. A test for the Cardinals carrying over, passing the test against the Dodgers by winning 2 of 3. However, one member of the Dodgers not happy with the Cardinal organization. You will hear from him and why coming up next. This is TMA, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan. If you are a homeowner like me, you know how it goes. You work hard for your home. You take pride in it. But let's be honest, it's always something, right? There's always a project that needs attention. And sometimes the big ones, like replacing old windows, get pushed to the bottom of the list. But I'm telling you, this is the time to finally check that box with Universal Windows Direct. It's honestly one of the easiest decisions you can make right now. They're running their home improvement season sale, and the offer is just too good to pass up. You can get payments as low as $99 a month or no payments and no interest for an entire year. That gives you a full year to enjoy the comfort, savings, and curb appeal before you ever make a payment. And listen, Universal Windows Direct will also come out and do a free in-home window and energy assessment, so you can see exactly where your home is losing energy and how much you could be saving. It's pressure-free, super helpful, and honestly eye-opening. Universal Windows Direct. So if you're feeling those summer cooling costs creeping up, or you're just ready to give your home a fresh look, don't wait. Give Universal Windows Direct a call. Schedule your free assessment and take the first step toward a more comfortable, energy-efficient home. Call 314-334-2522 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com. Trust me, you'll be glad you did. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Hawks offense. Doggies after 83 minutes of play.
She cried from the soccer game.
The highlights.
You ever seen highlights that made you weep? I've tried to do some on television when the wrong game came up and I felt like crying. But it wasn't really what was happening on the highlights.
Last night we had a Battlehawks score up on the screen, and next was going to be a piece summarizing the disappointing loss, except Doug, it wasn't ready.
It wasn't.
So they said in my ear, stretch.
Vamp.
So
You had to vamp?
So sitting on the graphic on TV, looking at that score, I said, well, that was a tough way to end, much like last year. And, boy, the offense really keeps stretching. 5 sacks given up by the Battlehawks. Boy, that Max Duggan was running. Hold on, almost ready. It just kept going and going and going. I said, I think we should just take a break and come back and run the piece. How about that?
I have a brief media question.
Yeah, because you're not classically trained.
Not classically trained. Does it take a little while to get used to somebody talking in your ear while you're talking live on television?
It's a nice question.
It's a very good question. I would say yes. You never fully get used to it, and skilled producers don't do it often.
Sure.
Or they'll wait to do it when you're not on camera. It's really hard if you're on camera.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to look like you're Rain Man.
Like
and you're
listening to
blinking and
something,
listening
right?
to a voice in your head. But it does happen. I would say the play-by-play guys, it's way more extreme. They're talking in your ear. And you say, oh, a fly ball to right, I'll end it in commercial, 10,
Right.
and you're talking.
Yeah,
9,
right.
7. That's really hard to do.
But on the news, they usually don't talk in your ear unless there's a problem.
Unless the tape is
Just
not
wrap it up
ready.
or don't have the tape, just something like that.
And Tim Battlehawks fans wanted answers,
Yeah,
and I
they
was
did.
trying to give them. They just had to wait through the commercial break.
Warson Woods Wacko says Pale can have his season tickets. It sounds like he's moving on.
From the Battlehawks?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, the season's over, all right?
The season
For
tickets
next
won't do
year,
you
I
a whole
guess.
lot of good.
But the championship's still in our
The
fair city.
UFL championship will be Saturday night at the Dome.
You guys going?
Saturday night at the
7
Dome.
o'clock. Michigan Panthers, Jackson against.
DC Defenders?
Yes, okay. I thought that was pretty
Wouldn't you
easy.
think the league would have fixed the games yesterday so the Battlehawks could
It's the
get
same
in?
conversation we had last
I was
year.
about to
Yes,
say.
wouldn't you? If ever there was a game that needed fixing, that was it.
What if they just put out, I don't know, let's just say Aaron Rodgers suited up and they just said Duggan on the back of his jersey and didn't tell anybody?
That would be
He's just-
great.
He's just slinging it.
Well, the refs could have called their touchdowns back. No, holding. Sorry. Holding, yeah, I
The
saw
entire
it.
game.
Pick an offensive lineman. I don't care.
Right.
I'm not sure what's going on in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. But there is a new and very active participant going by the name of JC Penny Chat Support. And he is sideways with some people in there. Doug, JC Penny Chat Support.
What's he saying?
Somehow is in our YouTube. Let's see. I didn't say you were high. I just said you were huffing fumes. I wonder if JC Penny knows that their chat support is in our YouTube chat and candidly not happy with some of the texters. But here is one of the conversation pieces. Clayton Kershaw in his post-game comments yesterday, not happy with, I guess, the Cardinal organization. So before the game, Kershaw's start, it was going to be Dustin May. They pushed him back, had Kershaw start, and on the Busch Stadium scoreboard, they showed Matt Adams' home run off of Kershaw from 11 years ago that would send the Cardinals to the NLCS, in which Michael Wacha would make an appearance for the first time in 9 months and pitch in the most critical at-bat, and they would lose. But before that happened, Matt Adams saved the day in Game 4. It came against Clayton Kershaw. The Cardinals put that up on the scoreboard right before the game. Kershaw was asked about it following the game. Here is what he said.
Yeah, I think it's a little Bush League, but I don't expect anything less from these guys, so it's no worries.
Base hit.
Wow, that was
Just
a
short and
tight
sweet and
sound
just
bite.
drilled us. We just got nicked.
Let me hear it one more time there, Papers.
Yeah, I think it's a little Bush League, but I don't expect anything less from these guys, so it's no worries.
Base hit again.
I'm surprised that he would say that because I know he's buddies with Wainwright. He has had some struggles against the Cardinals. He's probably sick of seeing October moments against him. But when he said, I would expect nothing less, loosely is what he said. Doesn't sound like he's got any love lost for the birds on the bat. I'm a little surprised. He doesn't seem like he doesn't get into too many war of words, but I'm surprised that bothered him. And I do have a question, and I don't know. I've texted a few people that work down there. They play a lot of like famous Cardinal clips, like on a loop constantly before a game. You know, walk off here, walk off there. And I don't know because I wasn't there at that moment. Did they purposely like, oh, there's Kershaw in the bullpen? Or was it just part of an endless loop?
Oh.
You think they played
intentional all day.
So when was it played? Like as he was coming out? I mean, I don't know.
Doug, you were there. Papers,
Does
you
anybody
were there.
It was pregame. I don't remember exactly the
missed it.
second. I mean, I don't.
But knowing the
That's
Cardinals, that doesn't seem like somebody would say at a higher level, like, let's troll Kershaw. Like, it's just not what they do. But maybe somebody at some level said, hey, let's be kind of fun.
I don't think trolling. It just is like something that happened against the Dodgers. It's a famous play against the Dodgers.
Well, no, but if you play it with him pitching that
for
day,
sure, it's
a
intentional
decision.
and it's mental. But I don't necessarily think it's like. I think Bush League is a little far. I think it's just what you. I don't know.
You could see how he could be a little upset by it. He's getting ready to pitch, and up on the big board is him agonizing over giving up a big home run in the
Lock
postseason.
in. If that, I mean, geez, this guy's 37 years old. He's
I think it's all just part of the show. It's all part of the game. But if it were you and they were showing one of the worst moments of your career,
what to pick from?
You probably wouldn't like it very much.
He's joking around, Martin. Don't take it so seriously. That's from Mr. Licks. I don't know what Mr. Licks is referring to. Kershaw?
That Kershaw's joking around? I thought he sounded a little perturbed.
Let me take a listen again there, Jackie.
Okay, let's
Papers.
dissect this.
Yeah, I think it's a little bush league, but I don't expect anything less from these guys, so it's no worries.
That another base hit, though.
Another knock.
It's no worries. I don't think he's terribly troubled by it, but it did seem to bother him a bit. I think that's fair. Kind of surprised.
You're surprised that it bothered him?
Yeah, I think it's whatever.
I'm surprised he would admit that it bothered him, even if it did. Because if you say it bothered you, you're probably going to get it again.
I wish he would have said, I'm more troubled that they won the series.
No, he wouldn't have said that.
That we lost the series this weekend.
He pitched really well. 7 strikeouts, no walks in 5 innings.
No.
Well, since that occurred, the Cardinals have won 1 playoff series, and he's won 2 World Series rings and made $307 million.
So we win.
I agree with you.
We are getting the last laugh.
How are their fans? Not the best.
Nice.
I see he's 17 strikeouts away from 3,000. And he's a guy who doesn't throw very hard. As big as he is, I mean, 6'4", 225, he's listed at. Every time I look at the scoreboard for a fastball, it looks like he's throwing about 89 miles an hour.
I'm surprised he's only 37. It feels like he's been around for a million years. Didn't it feel? I was guessing yesterday. What is he? 39, 40?
37 bills, and he made his major league debut in Nurse.
37, so probably go back 17 years or so.
2012.
I was going to say 12. I don't know.
2008.
Jesus, really?
How about that?
2008?
2008. And he pitched against the Cardinals in that 2009 World Series. Or playoff series, excuse me. LDS, yeah.
Jeez.
First ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
All day.
Yeah. I saw some comparisons with him and Sandy Koufax, and he was very favorable there, even against Koufax with ERA and I don't know if he's got as many wins. He's got 213 wins. That's probably more than Koufax, who didn't pitch for that long.
Stadium source Tim says it was played because he was pitching.
Oh,
for
wow.
sure.
You got confirmation.
Yeah. My point is, if you run up the flagpole, and I don't care, it doesn't matter. But I think the Mo and DeWitts of the world would say, let's not do that. Like, it's just not their thing.
Yeah.
But they're not going to be mad either. But somebody at the scoreboard level is like, it'd be kind of funny. But they do play an endless loop of walk-offs and highlights and moments. I wasn't sure.
Would you agree, and this is for the dais as a whole, that over, I guess, approximately the last 10 years, maybe a little less, that trolling is celebrated? And I don't think that that's necessarily the case, say, in 2005 or 1995 or 1985. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yeah, I think that's true.
Like social media teams, usually somebody living in squalor and is an intern, but gets a big one off on Twitter.
He's put in charge of the account for a big game.
They're living in squalor?
If we're being honest. Yes.
Okay, that's like in a cardboard box somewhere along the river.
Doug wants you to define squalor.
Could be an
I'm
overpass.
feeling bad for these people.
Could be an overpass. Their currency is engagement.
Yeah.
Right.
It does social media for pro teams more than anywhere else.
It's been normalized much more so.
And it can be
Not
fun.
just normalized, but celebrated.
Sure. Yeah.
It can be fun and playful. And then there's probably the occasional.
And then he goes out and he shuts you down and, you know.
Mm-hmm. And then you go home.
And he's
in
got 2 World
squalor.
Series rings and $307 million.
And you hope it didn't rain because the cardboard box will be wet?
Well, you got an overpass.
Soggy at least.
10 freeway probably.
You think it's I-10?
Well, yeah, Dodgers, I guess, with Cardinals. I don't know where you pick your favorite overpass.
Which overpass would you live in if you were homeless here?
That's a good Twitter poll right there, Sharon Kurtz. Which St. Louis overpass would you live in if you lived in squalor?
God, I guess you'd have to go Lindbergh and 40.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of construction.
No, you're going to want to be close to a convenience store so you can use the bathroom. And there's nothing there at Lindbergh and 40.
You want to avoid major interstates.
But if you're on Hampton going south and you're going under 44, there's always a small village living there.
Yeah, not great.
Not great.
A lot of
Not
traffic
great.
there.
I think NHL teams have the most lively social media like they have the most fun with it consistently.
Really? I think NFL.
Really?
Yeah, that's where I first noticed teams, social media teams really trolling hard other teams. But that could just be a perception thing.
I think I'm going to pick the overpass at Big Bend and 44 in Kirkwood. There's
like
a
that
QT
one?
right there and a mobile on the run.
Don't forget the Culvers.
So if the Cardinals score 6 runs, you can get a 60-cent soda.
You like those crinkle cuts, boy?
I don't mind them. Yeah, there's
So
a
if you
Sam's
live there, you're saying proximity.
Yeah, you could walk to some of these wonderful places.
Location.
Yeah.
Walking score is high for that location.
See you in October, bitch. We'll have another highlight to play when we own you after that B-fib for life. That's from Steve in Wildwood.
Is that right?
I wonder how the B-fibs would have reacted had they played that Clayton Kershaw soundbite over the video board. Maybe tonight or something.
Oh, that's a good question right there.
Yeah. No standing O for him next time he shuts us out.
Yeah, Tommy Edman got his flowers, didn't he?
Big time.
Flowers. I like that.
He
It
drove
was
in-
tough because the game didn't start till 8:20, so... But there still was a great crowd there, even with the rain delay.
Yeah. I was really happy to see that. I really want the crowds to come back. Cardinal baseball's more fun when the stadium's packed and there's some atmosphere there. And it's kind of depressing when it's not.
Yeah, I don't think the schedule has helped them out anyway until about this series with the Dodgers.
And the weather.
Yeah,
Until
weather
they get
and-
that retractable
weather and
roof
schedule
done.
has not been great.
4 against the Cubs.
Yeah,
Showdown. And then they'll be in first place in July.
right. Pontoons and such gonna be big.
Don't say and such.
Gonna be big.
Trust me, there are some people out there right now blaming the scoreboard guy on the Cardinals being shut down for Kershaw. That's from Ian LaPerriere. So the scoreboard guy
It's
is
his
catching
fault.
hell for Clayton Kershaw's outing yesterday against the Cardinals?
I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think that Kershaw was
Ian
saying...
LaPerriere thinks so.
I don't think Kershaw was thinking, boy, I sure don't care if we win or lose or that I pitch very well. Oh, wait a minute. There's that thing on the board. Now I'm going to go show him.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
You know who would be mad would be the skipper. He would not like it.
No, he wouldn't.
You don't show up the opponent.
I mean, that's not fair.
Who was the guy? Jim Hayes showed up on the board. Was
Is
it
that Bill Hall,
yeah,
Martin?
somebody on the Brewers?
Yeah.
Bill Hall?
They played a clip of the cat. Was he just mocking the Brewers kind of in
Yes.
jest?
Yes.
And then the Brewers got sideways because of the scoreboard
the
guy.
Brewers were irritated. Now, that was 2006. And what I'm asking you is,
Oh,
if that were
boy.
to happen in 2025, would the response be the same? Now, I think it was La Russa who didn't like it, if memory serves.
That's why he and Bernie had the big showdown, was about something the paper mocked the Cubs, and he thought that was wrong.
Yeah.
So you're saying 2006.
That was 2006.
Kinda worked
and the cat
out.
caught some hell, but I think the skipper didn't like it.
Well, I'm sure if one of the stadium hosts, like that one guy, Todd Thomas, if he were to get on there and start ripping the other team, I think most of the fans would think it was pretty funny.
Who's this bozo in left? For the Blue
They'd love
Jays?
that.
Just like in-game commentary. Nice swing, fella.
They would love that.
Back to Rochester for you. Tonight, Jose Barrios is on the mound for the Blue Jays. Wilson Contreras in his career is 2 for 5. Maybe a clip of Willie getting a double off Barrios.
Nice.
You think that's the play tonight? That's a new thing. I'm going to check every night who's pitching.
Yeah.
Who pitching?
And then what video they can show?
Yeah.
Publicly rag the other
That's
team.
the thing is, like, who's another person they could do something similar like they did to Kershaw, too?
Well, if Darren Oliver is still pitching,
Right.
he had
He
a tough
might be.
game 6. Neftali Feliz.
Could you self-own and do Ozuna climbing the wall and falling flat on his face?
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
When he's here.
Yeah, it'd be tough on you, but also, you know.
Would you have shown the Bill Buckner air clip every time he showed up to play for the other team? You can't do that to somebody, can you?
Mets? Yeah, they probably would.
Yeah, they might in New York. I don't know about anywhere else.
Defibs suck. Enough already with these simp standing ovations. That's from Eric in the Central West End, and I gather he's upset about Tommy Edman getting an ovation.
Probably. The Dodgers didn't have any other former Cardinals, did they?
What, you want him to boo Tommy Edman? He got traded. It wasn't like he chose to leave.
Yeah,
He seems like, by all accounts, a wonderful human being.
he is. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a delight.
Embodies Cardinal baseball. That's the kind of guy you love to give a standing
And even
ovation
after
for.
he was traded last year, pops into the clubhouse to talk to everybody. He'd been
Yeah.
traded and basically admitted he was kind of surprised since he hadn't played all year. He was kind of surprised they wanted him. Then he ended up being the NLCS MVP.
But now the worm has turned, and we're going to publicly rip everybody on the other team.
You can text in 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into our program. Brad Thompson is going to join us coming up at 9:30. That is on the Stiefel dossier. And then at 10:45, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Doug, here we go. Now we got it. It took until June 9th, but now I got a forecast for you that features temperatures in the upper 80s and sunny skies. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine, thanks.
If you have any HVAC issues, go to designairservice.com and work with the heating and cooling provider that has been the longest running sponsor on TMA, and that's Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. You just go to designairservice.com, and now you're working with Seth and his team. He's 4th generation, and the pride of Design Air Heating and Cooling is no upselling. They're going to earn your business by taking care of your issue and then moving on. And then you go, okay, anytime we have an issue going forward, we know to go to designairservice.com because we can count on them, and there's no song and dance. Martin's client, Doug's client, I'm a client. Become a client by going to designairservice.com, and you can email in to compete for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. This program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose yesterday, but take 2 of 3 from the Dodgers. They're back in action tonight, taking on the Toronto Blue Jays here in St. Louis. 6:45, first pitch. Andre Pallante taking the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
We the Cardinals, so you know we play our cards right. Got a pair of aces, Michael Walker, Adam Wainwright. It's that time of year, I can smell it in the air. Something special about the birds, other teams just don't compare. Come on down to Busch, where the field is always greener. And if you ain't a fan, we'll throw you out like Molina. We told you not to steal, yeah, you had your fair warning. Underdog swag, so our swings are always soaring. 50-cent drinks from the runs that we've been scoring. Coming for that 12th ring, double up on Jordan. If you need to be reminded, better look up at the arch where we play all year. Head to Jupiter for March. Now the leaves are changing. Do I need another reason? Happy holiday, St. Louis. 'Tis the season.
Oh, my. At least I got the 50-cent drinks in there.
The rare second verse.
The treasured second verse. TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the 1s and 2s, and he is playing his hits today. No music theme. That's just a tribute to the Cardinals winning the series over the Dodgers.
Not right now. I'll find the theme. You know,
Right.
Eventually I always do.
I'm just thrilled that they worked in 50-cent drinks. That's one of the best marketing plans that's been around, at least around Cardinal baseball, for a long time. Now it's 60-cent drinks. It went up a dime because I go to Mobile on the Run when they score 6 runs or more. I asked someone in there once, there's a big crowd and they're getting sodas, and I said, it looked like the manager. I said, this must drive you crazy, all these people. He goes, no, it's the greatest thing that ever happened to us. The place is packed every time they score 6 runs.
Understandable.
Well, that's where I go. Not a live read or anything. I'm just
I wonder if Jackson was going to hit you with YOLO.
just really happy to get the 60 cents. So it's the little things in life.
When it's usually, what, 80 cents?
$1.50 or so. It's the little things in life.
That verse was sick AF. That's from Nordique, a hockey elephant.
That's right. Hell yeah.
I remember Greg Warren doing a routine where he said his dad was thrilled with the
Yeah.
50-cent drinks, and the Cardinals would have 5 runs and the bases loaded in the 8th, and Pujols would ground into a double play, and his dad thought the games were fixed. Just so they didn't get 6 runs.
Today's theme should be all songs featuring fountain drink promotions. That's from Mrs. Jenny Shanahan.
mind it.
Jackson, would you like to?
I don't mind it.
Man, that's gonna be tough to find. If I can collect even 2 or 3 songs in addition to that one, I'd be impressed.
Can someone ask Martin about the production failure on Sports Final last night? It was like Jackson was running around that studio and in somebody else's body. That's from Jackson's lone wispy pube in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
I believe it was referenced in the first segment there that we had a tape coming back from the dome. I actually think part of the issue is the Wi-Fi at the dome. Like sending the piece back via computer was taking a little time. We had to vamp a little bit. Yeah, it was addressed, and then we just moved forward. It actually wasn't that big a deal, unless you were really, really hankering for some Battlehawks post-game. It made for a few seconds of awkward TV, and then we got you that proper post-game to explain how the Battlehawks season has come to a close.
Remember the years when you had to have a separate videotape for every story that you did?
Oh.
If you had a 30-second video cut of an out-of-town game, that had to be on a whole separate videotape, and you'd walk with a stack of sometimes 15 tapes. There was all kinds of problems. And the tapes would get hung up in the machine and everything.
And if you dropped them on the floor, you're, oh, crap.
Gone.
Do the Cubs go before the Red Sox? Okay, where's...
And the guy needed time to queue up the tape, and you'd have to put it 2 seconds before you really wanted to start because it took that long for the videotape to get in sync. And
So
everything.
you're saying it's always been a great industry. It's always.
I'm saying the technology is...
What'd you leave with last night, Doug? Did you leave with the
I don't
Battlehawk?
work there, nor have I in almost 4 years now.
I disagree. Battlehawks.
I think I am there.
Cardinals City. All three at once. All three losing. NBA Finals as well. Is this in the dossier, Jackson? I didn't give it a good perusal yet. The Mike Breen fake outrage. Did you see that story? Because he didn't give Tyrese Halliburton a bang on that big shot the other night.
He didn't say bang?
That's his signature call, and people were mad that he didn't give it to Halliburton. He said he was looking through, I guess he reads online that people were mad at him. He goes, I thought it was actually a pretty good call.
It was. He said he saves her threes, and he's going to get hell because he's also the Knicks broadcaster, and they just beat the Knicks, obviously.
Right.
But that's a non-story.
That's a good, but it's kind of in the Kershaw realm, a little bit of like, not huge news.
Yeah.
But Mike Breen had to answer to that, Doug.
Well,
he didn't say bang.
Social media can be toxic. I don't know. This is breaking news.
Yeah, breaking news.
Michelob Ultra sponsor of the YouTube chat where the Cardinal Cowboys pontoon is talking it over with J.C. Penney chat support. Ken Iggy Strode is in there along with Jake and St. Genevieve, who's not happy with Martin leaving at 10 o'clock. But Martin, you and Jake, I think, worked that out. I think you guys have worked that out since he initially came after you.
We've worked it out.
Yeah, Jake and St. Genevieve. You are welcome to get involved in there. YouTube.com/TMASTL, Michelob Ultra sponsor of the YouTube chat. In the Post-Dispatch this morning, we talked about this last week with regard to the Chiefs and the Royals, if it would wind up benefiting the Cardinals. And sure enough, there is an article in the Post-Dispatch this morning and a quote from State Senator Curtis Gregory, who is located in central Missouri, and he is a former Mizzou lineman, talking about now Busch Stadium getting money for renovations since the Chiefs and the Royals could if the Missouri House approves it. For more than a year, Cardinal ownership has been studying the needs of the stadium as it comes up on its 20th birthday next year. Now, a bill approved by the Missouri Senate could have the state cover half the cost of any project of more than $500 million. From Curtis Gregory, the Central Missouri Republican and former Mizzou lineman carrying the stadium bill, quote, "We weren't going to leave the east side of the state out. I'm the guy that if the Royals don't make the playoffs, I'm cheering for the Cardinals." It would be a huge win for the Cardinals. The downtown ballpark is one of the Cardinals' most cherished assets and the driver of a vital revenue source, the millions of tickets it sells each year. Protecting that asset has become more important with the economics in Major League Baseball in flux. Lucrative cable television fees are declining, sports gambling on the rise, and new owners with deep pockets have pushed the salaries of the best players into the stratosphere. Bill DeWitt did not want to elaborate too much when asked by the Post-Dispatch, but he acknowledged it could help. He reiterated his argument that the deal that built the stadium paid off for everyone, quote, "and we would certainly work towards trying to make sure that this was the case in any big renovation project as well." End quote. So what are they looking to do? They're looking to renovate the clubhouses. They're looking to renovate the suites. And they say the 45,000 seats have met their lifespan. And so those need to be replaced as well. That is in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch this morning.
No talk about a retractable roof.
No mention of the retractable roof.
Well, I still think, of course, I don't know for sure, but I still think the stadium is in good shape and looks fine. I'd like to see a giant cardinal flying around the outfield somewhere when they hit a home run or win a game. Kind of like Bernie Brewer in Milwaukee going down a slide. We need some cardinal flapping his wings out there. Or spend any money on security around the stadium. That's probably the best thing you could do, is make everybody feel safe.
And what did Gregory say?
Starting to fall apart. What's that, Mark?
He said that if the Royals aren't in the playoffs, he'll root for the Can you root for both in the playoffs?
What if they were to go head-to-head
in
the series again?
Oh, that's a good problem to have down the road. I think all the teams on this side of the state are going to say, all right, what's in it for us? If you're giving these tax breaks to the Royals, and that's just how it works. I'm not surprised. And the Cardinals have said that they're 20 years in on this stadium, so they're going to start doing sort of the boring stuff, infrastructure behind the scenes, and then the seats would be more visible. But boy, that Blues for years, those seats were just purple.
Yeah.
At the old Kiel
Purple
Center.
and a hint of pink?
I never understood. Those were
City
just
red?
heinous.
Yeah.
Somebody made a decision to put those in the first place. It's not that they got old and worn out. They were just a horrible color from day one.
And now they're gray, right? It's all gray?
Whatever color they are, it's better.
Yeah.
Blends in.
Yeah. Well, I imagine it's a major, major undertaking to keep that stadium looking good and functional all around. You think of how many moving parts you have in a 47,000-seat stadium.
Mayor Kara Spencer was asked about it. She said it depends on the details. Aldermanic President Megan Green was asked about it. She says, I don't want to cut off integral tax revenue generated from that stadium. And Alderman Michael Browning said he disliked the concept of government aid for stadiums. The Cardinals make enough money, he said.
That's the other argument. But if the legislature has decided to give money to the Royals and the Chiefs, you might as well get some for the Cardinals and the Blues and whoever else we got.
Will they install wider seats and stalls to account for the ever-increasing BMI of the fan base? That's from the birthday hawk. Doug, is that
something to consider.
That's a fair question.
I noticed as I went from the upper deck down to the lower deck yesterday, fans got skinnier. There was less nacho splatter.
Nacho splatter.
There's still a big-ass Hoosier wave that was going on yesterday.
Oh, still doing the wave.
You started?
No, God, I saw it coming from a
Are
mile
we the
away,
only
though.
stadium in America still doing the wave?
That's the downside of increased attendance, bigger waves.
I don't mind. Who cares if they do
I
the
do.
wave?
Svenson's on there. Got the bases juiced, trying to get out of a jam here, win himself a ball game, and we got all these people, woo, running around. Lock in.
You think that bothers Swanson?
No, I think he
Something
actually
did.
struck out the guy during the wave. But
More distracting to the hitter than the pitcher, maybe?
that's always the question, I guess. I guess it's probably person to person. But either way, it just
I imagine they can lock it out pretty well. But I'm just wondering if you've seen that at any other stadium. If we're the last stadium still doing the wave.
I saw a big-time wave going at a Denver Nuggets game.
Really? Okay. I kind of like it. I mean, what else you doing?
watching baseball.
Okay, well, we've already done that for about 2.5 hours. People seem to like it. That's
Tell you
all
what,
that
an
really
NBA
matters.
game, an indoor, like the arena thing, it'd be a lot of work. Like, I just did it. Like, it's back around. Oh, my God, it's back around already.
Well, you don't necessarily have to stand up. You can just throw the arms up in the air.
Yeah,
and get
that's
the
kind of
same
token,
effect.
Doug. That means you're not committed to the wave. And then
Okay.
some Hoosier behind you will berate you for not committing to the wave.
Oh, I welcome that.
What would
You want to
say?
be chastised?
Yeah, bring it on.
You don't do it at all? You don't throw your hand? Do you do the power play dance?
That would require me going to ice hockey games.
Wow and wow and wow.
And there's the rub.
Yeah. But no, I do not do the wave.
Why not?
Because we're there to watch baseball.
Well, you can do both.
Yeah, you can. I don't.
Not a great fan. Not a great BFib.
The wave is a Lime courtship ritual. You have as much chance of stopping it as you do the sunrise. It's just nature doing its thing. That's from Arbor Day. It's a courtship ritual.
Could be. I could see that.
There's always one
Could've
really
started
drunk
Heidi Minor.
Hoosier, though, who's going to get it going. And if your section is not playing ball, he is not having it.
The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom says she sent an email in for the Real Housewives of TMA, but she must have sent it to the wrong email address. The email address is the morning after at InsideSTL.com. She says the Cardinals need to crack down on who some fans are giving their tickets to. If you're in the green seats, your shirt should have sleeves and probably a collar. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and she is not happy with the attire of some in the green seats.
Doesn't want to see any more T-shirts in there.
I do think the Cardinals might lead the league in jerseys or shirzies of players who are no longer on the team. It's Pujols, Ozzie Smith, Waino, left and right.
Well, there is no real superstar right now on the team for everybody to get behind and wear the same jersey. So maybe that's part of the reason.
Yeah, decent amount of Arenados and stuff.
Yeah. Well, gosh, everything's bothering us.
Yeah,
They won the series.
Yeah, they're not happy in the text inbox. Choke Artist 1.6 wants to fire Anthony Beck.
Well, the Knicks did it when they made it to the conference finals and lost.
The Stars did it as well. The only thing Husky B-Fibs love more than giving visiting players standing ovations is slinger dogs and the wave. That's from Big Tuft. Man, they're not happy. Why are they not happy, Doug? They won the
I don't
series.
know.
4 back of the Cubs, and the Cubs are coming to town.
Yeah.
2 weeks. This place is going to be up for snatch grabs.
I would think so. We got to win them all or we're not thrilled.
It's a good time for the Cardinals that I found myself digging in on the schedule last night, just at my desk. Going, when are the Cubs here? When is that series? Oh, and then 4th of July at Wrigley.
How do you do?
Looking forward to that. Head to head. That Craig Counsell, Doug, maybe we can troll him in some way. Let's poke him before the
He
World
must have done
Series.
something as a Brewer hitter. He had to strike out here a few times.
In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, yeah, Jackson won't do the wave, but he'll dance by himself at the tin roof. That's from Sideways, the golf movie in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
That story was fabricated about me dancing by myself at any establishment. However, I'd be much sooner to dance by myself than I would do the wave.
Is that right? Where do you rank dancing by yourself at tin roof, doing the wave, and the power play dance?
Dancing by yourself, least embarrassing. Power play dance, second. The wave, the most.
Well, there it is.
All you got to do is just throw, ooh, and then it's over. Just like that,
But
it's
then
over.
you're doing it with Dodger. Like I saw a bunch of Dodger fans doing it. Yeah, that's what I say.
I'll stop it. That shows that they like it. It's just fans having fun.
And have fun all you want. I'm there to watch a baseball. I'm here to win.
It got in the way of
sweep the
your
Dodgers.
enjoying the game?
I really dislike the Dodgers, so I really wanted them to sweep them.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like the Dodgers whatsoever.
Why?
He doesn't like the Dodgers in Tennessee, Martin.
Dodgers, Tennessee, the Mets. Ugh. Dodger, the 2013-14, the Adrian Beltre, or not Beltre, the Adrian Gonzalez and the Puig
Mickey
stuff.
Mouse.
Mickey Mouse.
I in there going after Waino, and I hated that. I hated that.
I do wonder if that's what Kershaw was like when he said, kind of, I expect that from them. I wonder if it goes back to that whole Mickey Mouse, kind of the back and forth. Because the Cardinals and Wainwright came
Right.
off as the holier than thou.
I don't like the Dodgers.
Okay.
Yeah, he won't do the wave, but he'll put on a yellow flotation diaper after drinking boat drinks. That's from Wedding Tackle.
This formula is not really working. Where it's like he won't do the wave, but and then something I've done in my past. That's not good. It's not like a real dig.
Has Jackson watched the golf TV show Stick? That's from Just Don't Press Push.
I have.
I've watched it. What is your review? Jackson, of course, Doug owns pre-revenues, goodorbad.com.
Okay. It's got a lot of sports movie cluster up, but I think overall it's good. What I'm really glad about is the kid. They have Owen Wilson's essentially training.
Doug, is that Santi?
I don't know
Santi.
who
He's
it
training
is.
a young golfer who's iffy, 50-50, had a tough life, but is returning to the game of golf. That kid has an excellent swing.
He does have a great move. You like when somebody says somebody has a great
No,
move? Jennings Randolph Jr. would say
You're
great move.
overanalyzing.
Because sometimes in a sports movie, we're expected to think that this person's the best at the sport or incredible. And then
Jimmy Chitwood.
yeah, well, he had a good jump.
Charlie Sheen.
Great pitcher. But like Chevy Chase in Caddyshack does not have a great swing, yet we're supposed to think he's a real stick. This kid has a good swing, therefore it's not crazy to think, okay, he's really, really good.
Santi.
Yeah, it's a great swing. And you know what? I do enjoy it. I like the Mark Maron character a lot. Big fan. Yeah, I enjoy the show.
Doug, this is on Apple TV, so if you're watching your friends and neighbors and Martin, you and...
We finished it this weekend.
what is your review? You don't own goodorbad.com. I wouldn't recommend investing in it, all due respect.
Really enjoyed it. I'm going to give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Jackson says you got to go 0 to 100 stars.
75.
0 to 100.
75.
Yeah, I would
So
say
you just multiply it by 10.
Right. Well, yeah, it's a
it's the
fun
same
scale.
exact. I'll give it 4 popcorns out of 5. I really
So
enjoyed
that
it.
would be 80?
Yeah, I just changed it because I had to come up with a popcorn vehicle. No, it's really good. It's different, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of the vibe.
It's anxiety-inducing. Woo. Yee. Woo. Doug, I'd recommend it.
Would you?
Yeah.
I saw the Mission Impossible movie this weekend. That was just kind of over the top, farcical. One Tom Cruise stunt after the next. Oh, for sure he's going to die this time. No, miraculously he got out of it. It's kind of like a James Bond movie where you can't possibly follow everything that's going on, so you just kind of watch for the action. I was a little bit disappointed, and it's long. It was darn near 3 hours.
Did you see it in the theater?
I did.
Good on ya.
theater?
The pair. So maybe
you have some treats, boy?
2.5 to 3
Did you have some crinkle
popcorns out of
cuts
5.
while you watched the movie?
I had some popcorns. What I had.
Did you get one of those big comfy seats?
Yeah, all the
yeah.
seats are fantastic. Yeah.
I have a hard time staying awake in
I
those
know.
seats.
I keep thinking, I got to have one of these seats at home. I have to have one.
We're getting conflicting reviews. Stick is a great show. Reminds me of Tim's greatness.
Oh.
That's from Tiger Warson Woods, and then from Little Tommy Tribbins. That show is straight ass. One of the corniest pieces of content I've seen in years. Could have been great, and it's bad, bad, bad. You don't know squat, pal. That's from Little Tommy Tribbins, who's a 5-year-old neighborhood kid who rides a trike in the parking lot.
Respect it. I mean, it definitely has. But sports movies often have a lot of sentiment, a lot of ethos in that way. And my threshold for like a bad sports, like I'll watch a bad sports movie for much longer than I would any other genre. Like I'm always going to be into it, and especially with golf too. So I will agree that like I'm a little blinded, but I'm enjoying it. I love Owen Wilson too. I think he's dynamite.
Very likable, isn't he?
Oh, he's obviously friend of Wes Anderson. Grow up with Wes Anderson and his partner for a long time.
Would you insist that you do indeed know squat?
I know squat about some things.
Do you?
Yeah. But it's an opinion. Like your opinion on a show, you can't it's not about knowledge. It's about your perspective on it.
Right.
Jackson Martin doesn't deserve your greatness as a producer.
Wow, how about that?
Tiger Orson Woods. I don't deserve your greatness as a producer. Interesting.
I don't think I have much greatness, but
take the compliment
But
and
that I do. You deserve to
thanks,
share
buddy.
in.
Thanks, buddy.
All of you do.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
That was
come
nice.
together.
That felt good.
The celibate of Sundance out here critiquing a child actor's swing. This is unsettling. That's from Shrimply Pibbles, who oft-times sends in pictures of his wife to the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
That's Jackson's name, the celibate of Sundance?
It's funny, especially because it takes place in Park City. I wasn't critiquing; I was complimenting. And what
You
way
like Santee's swing?
Yeah, in what way was I critiquing at all? You know what, Doug? Suspend his ass. Suspend.
Oh, okay. Upon recommendation, I will do that.
You can't just let people get away with something.
Okay, who was that that said that?
Shrimply Pibbles.
Shrimply Pibbles.
Give him like a day.
Upon recommendation, you have been suspended a period of 1 day time, but I will say this, you've been put on notice.
Thank you. That's all.
Mr. Licks notes that at 8:13 we got our first Wes Anderson mention.
I went to see his new movie this weekend.
How was it?
I really enjoyed it.
On a scale of 0 to 100.
Oh, 81.
Oh, 81.
81.
81. Yeah.
Was it cheeky?
Very cheeky. Yeah, Benicio del Toro, what a delight. Michael Cera, a true delight.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That makes him a bigger delight than Benicio del Toro, based on what I'm picking up.
Yeah. Well, Michael Cera was born to be in the Wes Anderson movie.
His parents even said that at the hospital.
Probably should have. I enjoyed it.
At what point was the pale virgin anointed the crown of ultimate movie reviews? He's not cultured. He's not an artist. He's a button pusher in a fancy studio. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Is that kind?
No, it's not kind at all. Could you imagine waking up with that sort of attitude?
Clip that off.
It's just brutal.
You can express your discontent with the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Then you can also call in Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101 and get involved. Texting, emailing, calling, YouTube chatting. There's so many different ways to do it. Coming up on the Stiefel dossier, Brad Thompson going to join us at 9:30. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, Chris Kerber with you here, and Classic Air Care is there for you this summer. You can go online at classicaircare.com. If you've been thinking about a new air conditioning unit, maybe it's making horrible sounds, maybe you're tired of repairs to it, maybe it's just old, you want more efficiency, go to classicaircare.com. You can get a free quote in minutes. They will come to the house. They will let you know everything that needs to be done to put that new unit in. Sometimes it's a little ductwork. Sometimes it's as easy as just replacing the unit. But everything that goes into it, you're going to know up front and what it's going to cost you, and that's what Classic Air Care does. They take care of the customer. Now, if you haven't done what we've been telling you to do and getting that unit serviced, you still have time to do that. Have them come out, have them maintain the unit. That helps avoid catastrophic repairs as well. They've got a 4.8 Google rating. That means the customer service you're going to get is outstanding. When you've got thousands of people logging in to put down the quality of the service they have, you know that they are doing something good. You know that they are doing something worth talking about. And it's not easy to get those kind of ratings. You've got to earn it, and that's exactly what they do. So whether it's a new unit, whether it's maintenance, or whether it's just a simple repair, you can book an appointment online. You can also call them. It's Classic Air Care. You can get them online at classicaircare.com. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and TMA's YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/TMA STL. Doug and hundreds of friends have gathered this morning to talk it over, including Too Fat to Kayak, Sideways, the golf movie, the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter, and Eggplant Emoji. They're all in there talking it over, and you can watch the program. A lot of complaints regarding my lighting.
Your lighting is not what it
I've
should
noticed
be.
that.
It is
What's going on?
It's the camera.
It's dark. It is dark over there. I've tried adjusting it, and
like Sybil Shepherd in Moonlighting, I have demanded that I be shot through a filter.
I would think so, yeah.
Meanwhile, Doug and I are washed
I'm
out.
still too
The
bright.
iris is
Yeah.
wide open. Numb. Put the iris down a little bit.
Now, Miss Hitter.
I look like I just took a tour of Chernobyl.
why'd you say it like that?
Blasted.
Chernobyl, of the nuclear accident they had there where I'm glowing.
You look handsome as all get out.
Yeah, I got to tell
all
you,
three
you're
is
lit really
really
I
well.
don't know.
Ooh, the camera's moving around. I've got my family golf hat on. Doug, you like it?
sharp.
It's a sharp
yeah,
lit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
They have some good hats there.
Good, great pro shop.
Family Golf and Learning Center, indeed. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour here on the program. Coming up on the Stiefel Dossier, 9:30, Brad Thompson with us. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. 101 ESPN and the St. Louis Blues partnership with Chris Kerber and the 8:15 Blues hit as we get ready for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, which you will be able to catch here on 101 ESPN. And so far, this series is shaping up as an absolute classic, Curbs. This one has been thrilling from the get-go. Your thoughts on what we've seen so far in the Stanley Cup Final?
I don't hear him.
Doug?
I don't hear him.
Nurse?
Stretch.
Wow.
There
I
it
couldn't
is.
hear myself.
There. We did not hear you until just right then.
3, 2, 1. Hey, Kerbs is with Kerbs. How about that Stanley Cup final?
Hey, Martin. Martin, it's good to hear from you, bud. Listen, the Stanley Cup final's been awesome. If you go back and you think, and it's a rematch, and it's the first time that you've had a rematch. Well, it's the fifth time you've had a rematch since the expansion era, which began in the 67-68 season. You go back last year, Florida went up 3-0 in the series. Edmonton won the next 3 games, and then you end up with a 2-1 Game 7. The first 2 games of this series have already gone to overtime. Teams have had leads. They've lost them. Florida has adopted the Blues empty net scenario, inability to score it but give up the goal, and they've been fantastic. So the series is tied 1-1, but it could just as easily be 2-0 either way, and look very different. So this one's been pretty good. And the cool part for me, maybe a little too detail oriented on it, but the cool part for me is how, the net front, the area right in front of the goaltender, there have just been some amazing battles, and it's hard to play there. And that's when hockey is at its best, is when you allow teams to battle in there. And they've been fantastic.
And McDavid has ratcheted his game up. It looks like even another level. He's just been incredible, hasn't he?
Here's the thing, Doug. When he has been incredible, and that assist to Leon Draisaitl was something that's just sick, and shows there may be only 2 or 3 players in the league that do that. For skating at full speed on top of it. But the thing about McDavid and Draisaitl, and I heard this analogy talked about over the weekend, and not so much an analogy, but this scenario. One of the biggest differences is the Edmonton Oilers. When McDavid was first in the league in the first few years, they would try to outscore you. It'd be like a race to 5 goals, and if they get there, they'd win games. And that's how you had to play them, right? Now, they get a 1-goal lead. They get a 2-1 lead, a 1-0 lead. They're just as comfortable shutting that down and playing that style. And that's how you become a champion, is you've got to you continue to adapt. You get that mindset, and then you realize that how close things are going to be and how you lock it down. But the thing of it is, and Joe and I talked about this a lot throughout the year, because it just depended on the team you played. When your best players are truly your hardest working players, when your best players are your leaders in every aspect of the game, on the ice, power play, penalty kill, 5-on-5, you name it, when they're the ones back-checking harder than anybody else, you're going to be really, really good, and that's what's happening. I mean, that's what McDavid and Draisaitl are doing. It's just not that they're the best players in the world, but they're also leading their team in effort all around the ice, and that is contagious, and that's how you win.
Do you remember Matthew Tkachuk coming around as a little kid and with Brady? And you think about what's going on. Walt scores over 500 career goals, and now Brady's a captain in Ottawa. Matthew's got a shot at another Stanley Cup. And I know, Brett and Bobby Hull, there's a gold standard, the Sutter family. But this Tkachuk family, when by the time it's all said and done, you tally the goals, that's going to be one of the more historic hockey names.
Yeah, in St. Louis, you'll think of the Plaguers, you'll think of the Sutters, and things like that. But like the Folignos, Marcus and Megas Foligno there, that are Marcus and Nick Foligno, that, and whose dad, Michael, was an unbelievable scorer in the league too. So there's some great father-son and then father-brother tandems that have played around the league. Go eventually look at the numbers of both Thomas and Alex Steen and throw them in the mix with those guys as well. The fun thing is, so you do remember them being around the rink. I was on the ice after, when Keith Tkachuk played his last home game as a Blue, and Chantel and the 2 boys and Taryn came out onto the ice and kind of emceed that. And it is kind of wild to see how not just you remember what they were like at the rink just coming in, as wide-eyed kids with Dad, but then they grew into the game, one goes off to college, one goes off to the junior ranks in Canada. But then they become the faces and stars of the league. And look, that Four Nations tournament just helped that out a ton nationally, right? But yeah, that's it really is a cool thing, and it's earned. It's deserved. It's not like, well, their names because their dad had a name in the league. These guys play a style that's entertaining. And it goes back to what I was talking about, the net front battles. Like, it's not hard to still understand what the enjoyment and popularity of this game is and why it's so hard. And that's because when somebody plays the way these two kids play, you appreciate it. You love it. You want to watch it. And that doesn't mean that you need that style, 20 of them on every team, because obviously McDavid, Draisaitl, Crosby, like there's a difference. But this is the one sport that truly allows for all those different skill sets to really play a huge role to make one team great. And they're a big part of it. It is fun to watch.
It's pretty easy to dislike Brad Marchand when he's on the other team. But this guy, he's 37 now, one of the smaller guys out there at 5'9", and he's just always right in the middle of the action. He had the game winner. He had a shorthanded goal on Friday night. How is he still getting it done at the level that he is?
Well, number one, I think the game itself is allowing guys to play a little bit longer, the style of play it is. And I think, obviously, players are in every sport are keeping themselves in better shape and able to play it. But the difference is, Doug, it's what kind of ties into what we were just talking about again, where he plays a style of play that not everybody wants to play, but it's really effective and good. It's the same thing. Corey Perry for the Edmonton Oilers is 40 years old. He plays a style of play of going to the front of the net and still willing to do it and survive it, that makes it there. Plus, he's a good player. Listen, he's knocking on the door of a Hall of Fame career, and I think he's going to get in at some point in time. It's just what he now, especially I think if they end up winning it. He's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year, and so I don't know that somebody says, hey, at 38, 37, whatever he is, we're going to give you a 2 or 3 year contract. I do believe that somebody's easily going to give him a pretty solid 1 year contract, and that could be all over the league. So like Toronto could sure use him if Florida doesn't re-sign him, whatever that may be. So he's still getting it done. He is definitely still getting it done. Sure. Hey, real quick, Martin, you asked about the Tkachuks and what they're doing. The other cool part of this is I love the fact that Trent Frederick is playing for, is playing for the Edmonton Oilers, and has a chance of winning a Stanley Cup too. This is just another one of that great draft class of 2016 where St. Louis had 5 first-rounders, and a lot of them are becoming stars for the teams that they're playing for. Now, Trent hasn't moved into that category yet, but the role that he plays and how good as he was with Boston, here's another guy. He's an unrestricted free agent. He's going to have some opportunities at the end of the season.
I did double-check. Brett and Bobby Hull combined at the NHL level for 1,351 goals. 1,351. And that doesn't count. Bobby Hull had 310 playing in the WHA. Jesus.
Well, how many goals did Dennis Hall have, too?
Back to the Google machine.
Yeah, we'll have to look that one up. But he was a good player in his own right. He was really good.
Doug Stretch.
Overshadowed by his brother, who was a superstar in the league.
The question was, Dennis Hull, 303 career goals for Dennis Hull.
Wow. There you go.
So now we're at 1,600 and such for the whole family. Unbelievable. So the Tkachuks got a little work to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone will ever break that record.
Man.
That was pretty good. The Foligno, I don't think the Folignos will be there in goals. Their point totals have been pretty good.
Doug, what are the Folignos numbers? Do you have those in front of you?
They escape me at the moment.
Nice show prep.
But I'll remember.
Quite up there.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Jeez. Does the league care if a Canadian team...
earlier to pull that off.
Curbs, do you think the league wants a Canadian team to win? Do you think that's good for the game, or does it matter?
Listen, I don't think it matters. Is it good for the game? I don't know. I mean... ratings are just okay if you buy into TV ratings, right? And how they're done. I don't know. Listen, I think it's still. I think when the Stanley Cup is awarded, it truly is great for whatever team gets it. I think the NHL has got something here where they've moved into a realm where even athletes of other sports are saying that there is no other playoffs in pro sports like the Stanley Cup playoffs. And so to me, I think the Stanley Cup playoffs themselves have actually outgrown or grown faster than the importance of who is actually the champion, right? Having said that, I think there's a lot to say for the Canadian team winning it this year. They haven't won a Stanley Cup since 1993. Obviously Montreal was in the Stanley Cup final in the bubble. But McDavid and Draisaitl are the best players winning it. Yeah, I think that there's a ton of positives. So if you're one of those that says, I don't want to see a team repeat, you can make a great case why it would be great for everybody that Edmonton were to win it. Because, and one of the reasons, Doug, that you sit there and say, well, is it going to be great for the league? Yeah, it could be good for, the Edmonton Oilers. It could be good for the bump in revenue, the tickets. Well, they don't really have a ticket selling problem up there, right? But when the Canadian dollar stays at 30% of the U.S. dollar, that will always be the biggest challenge. And you can, I don't know how much you're going to grow the game up in Canada compared to the growth possibility in the United States if you're really blunt and looking at it. So I think honestly, people love seeing that Stanley Cup awarded. They love the stories of where it goes, how people do it, and what they do with it. And I honestly think there's just the excitement of the playoffs and continuing to do what they're doing with that is most important to the league, more so than who wins the cup.
Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN. He joins us on Mondays at 8:15. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. Cheers, everybody.
Thank you. That's Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN. And caller Ellen is not happy. What? How many times are you jackwagons going to ask Kerber if it's good for the game if a Canadian team wins the Stanley Cup? And how many times is Kerber going to respond to your question by saying, I don't know? That's caller Ellen not happy with the line of questioning.
I believe I said the question last week, and then when I said it today, I in my inner monologue said, I think I asked that last week.
Once again, you are the queen of misinformation, Doug.
Thank you. I was thinking about it, though, because my mom said that I really want Canada to win. I'm like, why would you care?
Canada sucks. That's American the centralist.
Okay. Take that, Mom.
I think the best thing for the league would be if a large market wins. Mm. If a New York team won or an L.A. team wins, that'd probably be what's best. If you're talking about if best means what's the most profitable for the league, that's probably what it would be.
I think, and I don't know on this, I feel like this is like when Joe Buck will get asked if, or how he gets chastised for wanting the Yankees or whomever to win. He goes, what we really want is a great series. You don't want, some 4-0, 4-1 crap series, gentleman sweep. And so far, it has been an incredible series. I'm fired up to watch this. I feel like I left one out there last night. I assume the Thunder covered, Jackson. I don't know if you know what the number was.
I would have to assume that.
I bet the number was pretty damn big.
Yeah, if you won by what?
28 or so?
No, it was 123 to 107. Yeah, they definitely covered.
You think so? I would guess it was probably in the 12 to 14 range, so I would think 16. They covered. But
yeah, but I mean, it was 9.5 for that first game.
Yeah, but I
hear what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In that spot. And
I think they did.
It was a little fluky. Along those lines, part of me wants to go, okay, then Florida's going to get tonight, But I don't know. This thing's so damn tight. I don't know if I got value on that because you certainly can make the case that Florida could/should be up 3 or 2-0 heading back there. But I'll take a hell of a series, and I don't know, and that's what Kerber made reference to, if the winner actually dictates so much as if you get a great series. I mean, St. Louis, not a big market. Boston, one of the original 6. But you had a hell of a series that still gets talked about a good amount. Cardinals, Tigers, World Series, not optimal from a market standpoint. Quick series, wasn't really well played.
Gentleman's sweep.
And it was a gentleman's sweep. So give me a good, long, quality series, and so far.
Yeah, that's what's best. Usually what's best for the TV ratings is what's best for the league. And if it's a good series, no matter who's in there, people will watch.
Ellen, let's try this. Tim, do you think it's good for the league if Canada wins the Cup? So that way it's not a Kerber question. Now it's a Tim question. Is that okay?
Wow. Doug, provocative. I'm going to ponder that. And when Chris Kerber joins us next Monday, I'll get his thoughts.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But if you ask it, it'll be different.
Tim, you jinx the Battlehawks. Don't jinx Florida. That's from the 314.
You did? Did we talk Battlehawks? I don't remember you jinxing the squad.
I don't think I did, and then it hit me. I think when Jackson was doing a Sports Center update, that, oh crap, I put a unit on the Battlehawks to win the championship, which means said unit is evaporated in flames. But I did fire a bullet on Ryan Fox yesterday, Doug, somewhere along the 14th or 15th hole. And fortunately, Sam Burns missed a 5-foot putt, and then Ryan Fox was able to win on the 4th playoff hole despite leaving a 6-foot putt to win about a foot short. One of the more startling moments in professional golf history. U.S. Open this week at Oakmont, and I was watching an interview with Ben Griffin with a friend of the program, Riggs, St. Louisan from Barstool, and he said he thinks that if he were to finish with a score of about 4 over, it might be good enough to win the tournament this week. That's how brutal the conditions.
Ben Griffin, who I've said before is a great follow on TikTok, did some videos of his practice round, and he had a ball just drop off the green into the rough, and it disappeared. You truly cannot see the ball. I know every U.S. Open, there's some journalist who drops a ball into the rough, and it's like, look at the rough. This stuff is next level, and on top of that, Oakmont's like one of the hardest courses in America.
Will you enjoy that if the winner is +1, +2?
Because it's so
I like that
so unique. Every other tournament, you almost always,
20.
unless it's some crazy weather thing, you almost always see super low score. But when almost even par or maybe 1 under is enough to put you in the lead or in the top 5, I think it's pretty cool. It's just rare. I just like the
What if
uniqueness
it's +8 and that's the
That's
winning
different.
Okay.
That's probably a
All
lost
right. What's your
golf course
number? What does it
situation.
have to be?
I think the USGA's mind, it's like
even
or 1 or 2 under, or maybe even 2 over, anywhere in that 5 to 8 shot range. Yeah, even, ideally.
It's kind of fun to see him struggle every now and then.
A little bit, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's also amazing when they are in just impossible positions, have terrible lies, and they still hit beautiful shots.
Yeah.
That's when you realize just how good they are.
Totally. This is a tournament like the U.S. Open, this is why these guys are who they are.
Yeah.
It rewards great shots and penalizes bad ones.
248 friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. You can watch the show and complain about my lighting at youtube.com/TMASTL. On the Stiefel dossier, we have Brad Thompson at 9:30. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45. And 100 West Dental is a loyal sponsor of TMA. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team were out at the Dotem for the closest to the pin competition, and we are very grateful for Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team's support of TMA, now longtime sponsors of the program. They built brand new offices with technology at the front of the mind. If you want to get into 100 West Dental, which is located on Manchester and Baldwin, no phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com, and you can book right then and there. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And if you're interested in Invisalign, you get $1,000 off when you mention my name. And if you don't know how Invisalign is going to work for you, they have the technology to show you what it would look like with 100 West Dental's advanced technology. It's 100westdental.com. Let them know we sent you their way. 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. this Michael J. Fox's
Happy birthday to Michael J. Fox.
Doug, how old do you think Michael J. Fox is?
Oh, he's probably 60.
62?
65.
He is today 64 years young.
Oh, I overbid.
A native of
Canada.
Edmonton, Alberta,
Oh,
Canada.
is that right?
I did not.
I knew he was
know that.
Canadian. I didn't know Edmonton.
Yep.
Boy, he's been battling Parkinson's a long time.
Yeah, but he's going to be on the next season of Shrinking, the
Is he?
Jason Segel, Harrison Ford
good.
show.
Good.
Good or bad?
Good.
Wow. Did you see that with authority? Stick. Good or
Got from the
bad?
Sullivan of Sundance.
See, now you catch that? Same word, but did you notice the change in pitch?
I did.
It's very true. It's very true. I need more time with Stick. You know, they've only gotten 3 episodes.
Jason Segel, one of those actors I feel we should know, but I'm like, I think I know him, then I see him. I'm like, has he been in other
And
stuff?
he got cucked by Mila Kunis?
Yeah. No, by Elizabeth Mann in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Amazing. How I Met Your Mother is probably what he's most famous for. He was a part of that Freaks and Geeks crew, the Canadian crew with Seth Rogen, Franco, and those guys.
Shrinking is terrible. That's from Big Tough.
Yeah, that's an awful take.
Is it really?
If people who text in like Big Tough would think Shrinking sucks.
I
It's
don't
positive.
enjoy it. My wife likes it. I don't really like it, to be honest. So I'm not sideways with you, but I don't think Big Tough is totally out of
Fair
line.
enough.
But you know what it is, Jackson? It's an opinion.
Damn straight.
And everyone has one.
Bingo.
I thought of you, Jackson, when the John Hamm wearing the Yankee hat got people worked up. Mm-hmm. Remember your question in the dossier for what, Tim, was it 3 weeks straight? Can you wear a Pirates hat if you want to?
Yeah.
You brought up the topic.
Yeah.
If you enjoy a hat, can you wear it? And that's a little different if you're at the ball game and people are, oh, you're a Cardinal guy. You can't wear a Yankee hat. But do you think John Hamm did that as an homage to the dossier?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It'd be great if he did. It'd be great if he, I love John Hamm. But yeah, I think you can totally wear the ball cap of another team and it not be necessarily you're pledging your allegiance to that
Chairman
team.
Kurt's wearing his Red Sox hat.
And it's a sharp look. Now, I will say that they have a Navy Cardinal cap that would look about the exact same. However, I respect you wearing whatever cap you'd like.
But it seems reasonable.
But I want to buy a Pirates hat, and I know I'm going to wear it and get grilled for it.
Just a black one or
Black
one
one,
of those
yellow pea.
pillbox hats they wore for a while, the round ones?
No, thank you. No.
Although the
Classic.
Pirates are this, woebegone franchise, so it's a little less controversial than the big, bold, big spending Yankees.
Sarah Marshall was Kristen Bell.
Kristen Bell,
and you
that's
think
right.
you know film,
Kristen
Piddles.
Bell.
That's from The Ichiro's American Hits.
No, that's a good call. Yeah, I was wrong. Hand up. My bad.
Hand up.
Not a fan of Shrinking. Sticks better than I thought. That's from the Lime Ace.
Good. I'm just glad people are watching.
What does it take to get a name change? I'm still the 314.
Just
Oh,
deal
you
with
missed
it.
it.
Deal
Boy,
with
did
it.
you miss it. I was left and right. I was really, last week was one of my more high yield in terms of changing names. So I'm sorry, you missed the boat.
Yeah.
Missed
Block
the
him if
boat.
you must.
Doug, Mike Francesa was thinking about blocking callers.
Never.
Knicks are looking for a new head coach. Francesa taking calls, and this was a suggestion he got.
How you doing, Mike? I got a quick question about the Knicks. I was wondering, what do you think about Vince Lombardi as the head coach? I really think he can make a big difference for them. What do you think?
Wait a second. You actually you called up to ask me.
Yeah.
Is that Mike? Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something.
Well, I was wondering.
When you got out of bed this morning,
Yeah.
did you work today?
Yeah, I'm working now.
Are you working now? What do you do for a living?
Actually, I'm a fireman.
You're a fireman.
Yeah.
You're a fireman.
Yeah.
Where?
I'm a volunteer fireman.
You're a volunteer fireman.
Yeah.
Are you working right now?
No, I don't work.
Oh, you're unemployed?
Yeah, I lost my job the other day.
You lost it the other day.
And the guy, yeah.
So you decided, instead of going looking for a job, you decided to call up and ask me if a deceased coach would be a good coach for the Knicks.
Well, I didn't know it was this.
Listen, really?
I'm on unemployment.
Well, I'm not surprised if you don't. Really, I'm not surprised. I hate to tell you.
Doug,
Reasonable take.
Really, I'm not surprised.
The phone line. Was there a sound effect?
Was it like a door slamming?
The phone maybe being
Really,
slammed.
I'm not surprised.
That's slamming down
That's my
the phone.
classic thump. and general clips.
Okay.
The phone lines can be poisonous no matter where you are. But we welcome calls on this program.
But Francesa didn't move on. He just kept inquiring more and more.
Bewildered by the fact.
And the guy was clearly kind of an improv type who was in, I'm at work right now, a little later. I'm unemployed. Just lost my job. I'm a firefighter. Well, I'm a volunteer fighter, but I don't really work. He just kept playing along. And Francesa just wanted more and more detail. But we should open the phone lines. Doug, clear them out. All these people
All
that
right,
are on
clear
hold.
the line. Okay, clear them out. That should do it.
Call in. We had a series win. Let's talk.
Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. Let's load them up. 314-974-0101. Doug, what do you know about Callier and Thompson?
Well, I know Callier and Thompson is a place you can go to have your house renovated because it is a place you can trust. They've been doing it since the 1950s. This is a place where when you go to Callier and Thompson, you know that you're going to be able to trust the contractors that come into your home. You know that they're going to get the job done. They're not going to disappear. They're not going to not have someone who can handle the job. They do it in a professional way every time they take on a job, and they've been doing it for many, many years. They got all kinds of 5-star reviews. Why, here's one right now from Regina, who says Callier and Thompson was patient, amazing. They had great communication with you and masters at their craft. She said our lead carpenter, Jeff, was amazing. His communication skills were great. Everybody loves Jeff. He kept us updated on contractor schedules, timelines, and answered countless questions from us. He is a master at his craft, and his attention to detail was outstanding. It was a pleasure hiring his company, and we love our new kitchen and bath. They have all kinds of reviews just like that at Callier and Thompson. Ought to head to their website, look at some of the before and after pictures of jobs they have done. Just incredible, the work that they can do. Matthew is a customer service manager and handles appliance installs. Old Stacy is the appliance manager. I've dealt with him a couple times. Nothing but high-quality appliances at Callier and Thompson. You don't have to redo the entire kitchen. You just want an appliance. Great place to go. They'll take fabulous care of you there, as they have done for St. Louisans for many, many years. More than 165 years of experience now for the people that work at Callier and Thompson. They're on Manchester and Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
There it is. Callier and Thompson phone lines. They are waiting for you. Chairman and Kurt's going through the phone calls right now.
I hear him saying, what do you want to talk about? I didn't even know we asked that.
It's a new thing I'm doing.
Okay. I think it's a good thing, Chairman. 314-974-0101. We played Clayton Kershaw's response, Jackson. I don't know if you could cue that up. Clayton Kershaw's response to Busch Stadium, which Martin's sources told him was intentional, playing Matt Adams' home run off of him in 2014. Here's what Clayton Kershaw said about it when asked following yesterday's Kershaw victory for the Dodgers over the Cubs.
I think it's a little Busch League, but I don't expect anything less from these guys, so it's no worries.
Okay, got that. Then last night you had the Yankees and the Red Sox. And, Aaron Judge was motivated by some comments. Right-hander Hunter Dobbins, a lifelong Sox fan who's from Texas, and the team starter told the Boston Herald on Saturday he'd rather retire if the Yankees were the last team to give him a contract. Judge said he was unaware of the comment until ESPN's Eduardo Perez relayed it to him before Sunday's series finale. Judge responded, "I've only heard Ken Griffey say that, so I was a little surprised." A few hours later, the Yankees captain smashed the first pitch he saw from Dobbins, a 98-mile-an-hour fastball up and over the plate for a mammoth 2-run home run. After the game, an 11-7 loss for the Yankees, Judge admitted stepping into the batter's box with Dobbins' comments on his mind. Well, once somebody tells you, yeah, and he hit it for a 2-run home run.
Aaron Judge is hitting .396 at a time when there's hardly any 300 hitters in baseball. He's hitting .396. He's got 23 home runs already. He's just at another level from almost everybody else playing. Maybe Ohtani's close, but Judge is really out there. He's just putting together some amazing, incredible numbers.
Does anybody know his age? I'm asking this to see if people have a gauge on his age.
Judge? I didn't feel like he's about 29.
31 is my guess.
Wow.
33.
Do you know that, or are you looking at it?
I'm looking at it.
Okay, well, that took the fun out of it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I
would
have thought he was younger.
My point was that I think that people would think that he's younger.
Yeah.
And yet Nolan Arenado's a year older than him and is talked about as being on his way out. And I don't think the Judge gets talked about in that way. Now, maybe, when people aren't calling into Bet Riva's podcast and suggesting Vince Lombardi be the next Knicks coach, maybe they are talking about it there because they haven't converted his success into a world championship. But from my standpoint, he still strikes me as a young guy, even though he is 33 years old.
That surprises me.
10 years in the league already.
Yep.
He had a monstrous, watch his sophomore campaign.
Nice. That was the right.
He had a monstrous sophomore campaign.
That was good.
When he had 52 homers, 114 RBIs. But then he was hurt much of his first 5 seasons. And now that he's been healthy, he's emerged as probably the best player in the game, or 1A behind Ohtani, one of them.
Do you know his home run total? Are you looking at it?
I'm looking at it.
Okay, Martin, how many home runs do you think Aaron Judge has?
I'm also looking at it. I apologize.
Jackson, how many home runs do you think Aaron Judge has?
Are you on career?
Yes.
I'll guess 360.
All right,
That's
not
good
bad.
guess.
338, pretty good.
They list him as 282 pounds. Can he be that big?
I mean, what is he, 6'7", 6'8"? That's still
282. He doesn't look like he's that heavy to me.
Yeah, that seems maybe a little. I mean, that like LeBron in Miami was that weight, 6'8", 280.
I think I could give you 100 players, and I mean 100 players, and give you $100 if you were to name it. The player, assuming that you're not looking at it, who he most compares to through age 32. There's no point.
Well, can we get some kind of clue,
it a modern
hint, a team?
I would say modern player, Martin, active in the 2000s. San Diego.
San Diego.
Outfielder.
Ken Caminiti.
Tony
Okay.
Gwynn. Tony
Not
Gwynn
Tony
was a
Gwynn.
completely different type of hitter.
90s and 2000s.
Dave Winfield?
player. No,
he was earlier than that. We're going to need initials, please.
BG.
Oh, yeah.
Brian
Bob
Giles?
Gregg.
Brian Giles.
Really? I would have never guessed
Yeah.
that.
When I saw the similarity score through age 32 and it was Brian Giles, I thought, am I underrating Brian Giles' career?
Yeah, that does not feel like a fit.
Yeah.
I love that in Baseball Reference. Similar to...
Yes, Brian Giles.
I don't remember Giles hitting 62 homers or 58 or 52. Judges had all those seasons.
You mean to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on?
Brian Giles' career home runs.
Well, I switched off the tab.
Well, how about 320?
I'll say 321.
287.
I can never win.
1,000 RBIs, over 1,000.
You mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on he might be in Syracuse to start the year?
That's because his son couldn't get a guest from the Mets for his radio show. I did want to hear Francesa, after that caller hung up, kind of workshop a little bit. I don't think Lombardi would get along with the current play, like really think it through.
Not likely it was on to the next call.
Owen is on our Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you said you wanted to go to the phone lines?
Well, we
after you
cleared
heard the
him.
Lombardi suggestion, we're going to him now. Owen, you're on with Doug Vaughn.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Oh, fine.
I was wondering if you guys think that the Blues should target a big name in the free agency class this year, like maybe like a big defenseman, like to round out the top 4, or like something like the top 6. Like I was just wondering what your guys' thoughts on that is.
Sure, let's go for it.
Got to move some salary first, don't you? Do you got to clear a spot there?
You say what, sir?
Are you still there? Like who'd you have in mind?
Well, I'm saying you probably need to make a move if you're serious about this topic, and if you wanted to bring in a defenseman, don't you have to move somebody out? Maybe like a Letty, if you could get somebody to take the end of that contract. If you're going to create a spot,
we got so many old bums back there. Like I just want some fresh legs. Like we got Ryan Suter, Nick Letty. It's just like you got to let one of these guys go and go for someone big. You know what I mean?
Would you be okay moving Justin Falk if you could have a taker?
Oh, 100%, dude. Justin Falk, he's a turnover machine. Like, he's pretty much just a glorified he's just a glorified defenseman.
Well, which of the free agents would you like them to go after?
You know what? I wouldn't mind. I haven't really prepared for this quite like that.
Well, you called us.
I love it was his idea, but he said, I'm not really prepared for this. I like that. You should host a show.
You know what? You're right. What's it called? This is my first time calling on here. My dad used to do it all the time.
Oh, is that right? Your dad used to call into TMA or just Sports Talk Radio?
Well, I'm pretty sure it was here, but his name was Nathan Joyner. They called him Najo.
Najo.
Don't you like that?
Yeah, sure.
This is good.
But,
So, Owen, this is your first foray. We're a little out of the hockey season, although we did just talk some Stanley Cup finals, but I appreciate that. So, are you a Blues diehard?
Oh, Blues diehard, Cardinals diehard. Ever since the Rams left, I switched to the Colts because I got family up in Indiana, but I'm just real grateful that you guys answered my call.
Oh, sure.
well, Owen,
Ours is the type of show where friends feel they can drop in at any time.
Yeah, you guys are real cool. I'm listening right now. I've been, ever since I got my car, I've been listening all day, on my lunch break.
Look at that. Phone lines aren't poison.
Separate from today, how long have you been listening to this show?
Well, ever since you guys made the switch to 101.1 and the Blues switched it from KMOX, I've been listening nonstop.
Is that
I've really enjoyed that.
Was the first year? Oh, Jackson confirmed. Wow, a surprise confirmation from Jackson Burkett.
Yeah, always surprising.
Yeah, 101 took over the Blues the year after the Cup.
That's right. Owen, thank you. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Next time I ask a question, I'll be more prepared.
No, it's fine. We're never prepared. It's
Look
fine.
at that. You see, the phone lines aren't poison.
Well,
Doug.
sometimes they are.
Strong call.
Yeah, it's
like a pleasant gentleman.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting segment.
Okay.
I enjoyed the fact that he wanted to talk about it, and then when you followed up with the simple question, who do you like? I wasn't really prepared for that. Maybe come down to the studio and visit us.
Well, Brent Burns is a free agent. He's only 40.
Old vet Fowler.
Nobody cares about the Blues.
Oh, that's
the
not right.
season's over a month ago. The local nine's playing good ball. We're still talking hockey. That is from Sniffin' Holes.
Okay, you can talk Blues. We are the Blues station. We just had the Blues announcer on. It's okay every now and then.
Fine.
We have to spend 4 hours
Do you want
on
to fight Sniffin' Holes?
No.
There was a certain innocence there to the call, and I appreciated this in this era of snark and meanness.
Right.
He was just a young guy who wanted a rep at the big league level. He's like Barrera. He just wanted to get in the lineup.
But hot takes. My perspective when a call is as kind and sincere, I immediately then assume that at some point they're going to ask to engage in some kind of form of light hand play with Doug.
It's happened before.
You were waiting for the hammer to fall, and it was going to be Doug and innuendo, and yet it wasn't. It was just a pleasant call. Owen, thank you. Who's next? 969 call.
Chairman Kurt has exited the facility.
He did. He got up and left.
It was a real old school call.
Yeah.
Don't you think we should?
You would call
sign some veteran defensive free agents.
Doug, you probably called the bench warmer, and you call him up and say,
"Yeah, see,
I got a trade. I'd like to see the Cardinals move Jerry Mumford." All right, Douglas, who did you have in mind? Thank you. Who would you like to see them partner up with? The Phillies? Sure, sounds like a good idea. And they just have a real pleasant exchange. That's how it used to be.
But we don't do that much anymore.
Doug, Giles may be Judge's most similar player, but the similarity score is only 872.6, which isn't very similar at all.
Okay, knock it off.
Uncle Wally's plastic here, and he is not happy with the Brian Giles similarity score.
I don't see that
on Baseball Reference.
Jeez, poor Owen here. Somebody says, take a chainsaw to your face. Come on, it was a nice call.
Is that the boot scoot boogie?
Well, okay. That's why we don't get a lot of calls. Because as soon as they do, people want them to do damage to themselves.
Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Brad Thompson, 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45. The program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new car, go to the website, autoloanpro.com. No matter what your situation, no matter what your circumstance, they're going to make sure you can get into a vehicle with little or no money down. They'll work hard to get you best rate possible. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders, meaning they'll find the best financing available. Financing a car, there's only one thing to know, and that is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. Check out the website, autoloanpro.com. While you're there, download the free playbook that will explain to you the entire credit industry. How does it work? Next time you're in the market for a car, got something in mind? Okay, now you know what you can afford, maybe what you'll be able to afford the next time around. They explain it all to you. So you're learning something while getting into that new vehicle. Auto Loan Pro, again, working with all those lenders to make sure they get you the best rate no matter what your circumstance is. AutoLoanPro.com, the only place you need to go for that next vehicle. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Thunder defeat the Pacers last night, 123-107, evening that series 1-1. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 34 points becomes the 12th player in history to reach 3,000 points in an NBA season. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the 9 o'clock hour here on the morning after. The 9 o'clock hour is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And joining us in studio here for the 9 o'clock hour, Doug, he's over on your right. His name is James Carlton.
I saw him standing over there. Hello, James.
Just awkwardly standing here. Good morning, everyone. It's been a while.
James?
Yeah, I'm doing well. It's been a while. How are you guys doing?
We're wonderful. What's going on with you? Tell us what's going on with you. I need to know what the good word is.
Okay. I usually go to the Tim McKernan Show podcast for my parenting advice.
QFTA last week's episode called Hi-Ho Silver. I'm riding my Sibian. Did you have a problem with the way Jackson spelled
I never
Hi-Ho?
noticed it, but until you brought it up on the show, yeah, that's an unusual way to spell it, but I trust his grammar, so yeah, that's the way it's spelled. But so I go to the Tim McKernan Show for parenting advice, and I remember a little
That's the place
anecdote.
most people do, Doug.
Right? And I remember this anecdote that your son was trying to buy a toy for, some money he had saved up.
Yes.
And he didn't account for the taxes, and you weren't going to go in there and just
It's not the way it
handle
works.
the difference.
We're gonna learn
and so
lessons.
I'm like, man, I have so much to learn from Tim on how to be a dad. Our
Clip
kids
that
are,
off.
Our kids are very similar ages. So this is what I decided to do last week, and not this past one, the week before. I'm like, you know what? My kids are always griping. They're always spoiled about they can't get this stuffed animal at some airport. I'm gonna take them up to North City. And we're going to go get some supplies from Sam's, and we're going to drop them off at the Urban League. And there's some severe devastation up there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Doff my cap to
But
you
here's
for
the
that.
challenge. Every night now, my son is waking up. He's 5 with like nightmares of a tornado coming. So I went from trying to, hey, show them, listen, there's some people really suffering out there. Let's go see if we can make a difference. To now I'm causing my kid nightmares. So I just can't win as a parent.
So you screwed him up for
who knows?
for
He'll
years
be
to
in
come.
therapy here soon, because of dad just showing him some chaos. And
Well,
so,
you have a basement, right? You just say, we'll go down to the basement. We'll be
and you know what? We're entertaining the idea of getting some football helmets. I like that idea.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea.
Doug Vaughn's tornado helmets.
Just all sitting down there with our football helmets. So
Doesn't it make sense?
I think it does.
That's how you get
yes.
hurt. Things fall on your head.
Absolutely.
James, we haven't seen you, as you made note of, in about a month or so, and we're only a handful of months away from the start of the college football season. How many games are you planning on going to? Because Missouri's home schedule is glorious.
Pretty good, yeah. Well, certainly September 6th. You know that.
Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
I would say, on the schedule, if there was a loss and that was it, that would be the longest drive home. I couldn't handle losing to the Beakers on September 6th. So.
Gabe's postgame show would keep it
Oh
coming.
my God! Yeah, that's a good point. I bet I'll go to the majority, 80%. How about that? There's a season ticket wait list, and it's pretty deep.
Wow!
I can't remember the last time that happened. I'm sure maybe 13, 14, something like that. But so there's a lot of enthusiasm. I think the defense is going to be really, really good. And another nod to the Tim McKernan Show podcast. I think you and Jackson were having a conversation about. If Sam Horn was named the starter, I think that would be a good thing.
Yes.
Because it kind of feels like it's Bo Pribula's job to lose. And so Sam Horn, who was a touted high school quarterback, played with Travis Hunter and was kind of the anointed one and just hasn't panned out yet. If all of a sudden he came in and had a great camp coming off Tommy John, I think that would be a really, really good sign for the Tigers because that and their left tackle, two pretty important spots, are the biggest question marks on the roster right now. But I think that defense, just judging by what they did in the portal, they have some all-American candidates that they've sniped on that portal. Eli has definitely gotten more out of the portal than he's lost, and I think that's a really, really good thing.
You got to give Sam Horn credit for sticking around. I know he's a baseball guy, but it's amazing how many quarterbacks we hear about, and then after a year or two, they don't play, they're out. And again, baseball is a big part of it for him, but most of these guys that are heralded at quarterback that don't get to play end up leaving. So his name has been in the mix at least for a while. I'm surprised they said that early on because I thought it was obvious that it was Bo Pribula. That was the whole point. They went and got him. I like I'd like a good competition.
Absolutely.
And Horn throws like mid to upper 90s. He's going to get drafted. So why risk a potential baseball career for maybe 1 year of football and getting hurt?
Well,
For the love of the Tigers, Doug.
if I was Drinkwitz, that's probably why Pribula. I'm focusing on how I pronounce his last name. Pribula. Is that how you say it? Or is it Pabula?
Whatever you say is fine. You're the sponsor.
So I think if there was an edge, it's because Bo is buried in that playbook and Sam's playing baseball as well. But if you were his dad, Sam Horn's dad, you're probably advising, hey, let's just lock in on this baseball thing.
Yeah, I think I would.
You probably have a longer or a higher probability of having a successful career. You know, Martin and I did a Mizzou podcast these last few seasons, and I was at a funeral on Saturday. I was surprised when a gentleman came up to me and said he was a loyal listener of that.
Love that.
So, you know, Tim, you don't really have much on your plate right now. If you want to join Martin and I on the podcast this fall, you know, we can
a lot of fun. To enhance my responsibility.
Yes, there you go.
I called him Coach Carlton because he would really dig in.
He does. When he's a guest with Gabe, he's outstanding.
You know, like if you guys asked me for some Cardinals takes right now, I'd have to fake my way through it. I know that's kind of the ABC sports talk radio. But Mizzou football, I really do try to stay on top of the things going on. You know, this is a dead time of year, but certainly during the football season. So, no, I was honored when Martin and I started that, and I didn't really know if there was a listener base or not. We don't really see the numbers necessarily. But and the gentleman that unfortunately passed away, his name was Terry, very long time 101 ESPN listener. So God bless you, Terry.
James, how do you handle it with, because I know you go to a lot of games, you have 2 young children as well. I've booked a hotel for the Kansas weekend, the South Carolina weekend, the Roll Tide weekend, the A&M weekend.
Look at this.
I've been asked to go with some other friends to Auburn. And I'm trying to figure out how to pull this all off.
Well, I don't think I'd take the kids to Auburn because you're probably
that's
flying to Atlanta, driving or something like that. Yeah, that would be a lot.
Do you take the kids and stay overnight?
I have.
Yeah.
Usually not for a big SEC game. I've done that for I think we did that for the Buffalo game, you know, where you can leave in the third quarter and feel okay about it and get the kids to bed at a decent hour. Because college football, unlike baseball, that's really sped up their pace of play, college football still lasting, 3.5, 4 hours?
Oh, yeah.
So those, you know, if it's a 6:30, 7 o'clock kickoff, you know, you're going to be there. That's too late for my kids. I mean, your sons notoriously stay up later, though.
That is correct.
So they can handle it.
If you want some parenting advice from me, if your kids express interest in wanting to go and you kind of don't want to take them, you tell the kids there's a threat of a tornado. And then, and they're like, Dad, it was 80 and sunny. No, there was a forecast for it. That way they won't want to go.
They would buy that hook, line,
I've had that nightmare a few times myself.
I have too.
Where you got 70,000 people in an outdoor stadium, and all of a sudden in Oklahoma or Texas somewhere, a tornado starts bearing down on them. What in the world would you do then?
Well, you see those signs at Busch Stadium. It's the men's room. That's your tornado shelter.
Is there room for 70,000 in the men's room?
I still think about this question. Somebody asked it on this program in 2011, Game 6 walk-off home run. 45,000 people there, give or take. Was there somebody that missed that home run because they were in the bathroom?
Oh, sure.
What a question.
I'm sure there was. You said Mizzou had a waiting list now for season tickets. Do they cap that, or does that mean the whole stadium sold out?
I bet they hold some aside for some single game releases, but no, I think you're going to expect a full crowd. I mean, we had it the last year, so you're going to expect a full crowd every season. They don't have the capacity that, you know, Tennessee, LSU, Florida stadiums have, but, you know, 60-ish thousand, I think you'll expect at every game. And I think they're going to shrink the capacity with this new north end zone.
Yeah.
Because they want the sweet dollars, and
sweets.
And did you guys see the ruling now that all these SEC teams have $20.5 million to revenue share these players?
Yeah.
Holy smokes!
It was a ruling that came down just last week.
And it's like, you know, the NCAA versus the House, and I always thought it was like the House of Representatives. No, that's the kid's last name. His last name is House, so I mean, I had to figure that out on my own. But.
The only time that is set outside of the opener on Thursday night against Central Arkansas and the Louisiana game is Rock Chalk Jayhawk. That's a 2:30 kick. And then they will announce the SEC schedule here coming up, at least the range of game times.
That's right. They like that flexibility.
Yes, but at least you know going in where you're going to get hit with an 11 o'clocker. That is, I love the attention that's getting, in main part because of Ohio State and their fans, how awful the 11 o'clock starts are. But you know you got 2:30 from Missouri, Kansas on September 6th. Then 2 weeks later, Lenora Sellers and South Carolina come to Columbia. Always nice to see UMass on the schedule. And then 3 weeks later, you have Alabama coming to Columbia. 3 weeks after that, you have Texas A&M coming to Columbia. I mean, this home schedule, forget about it.
Is UMass coming here just so they can see Columbia's foliage?
I think it's about the foliage.
It's just sort of a home and home with foliage.
It's a foliage thing. It is.
It's 7. I know we know this, but it's just 7 in a row at home.
Yeah, I'd
start
like
the
them
year.
to spread that out a little bit.
And
That's tough.
It's got to be record. I mean, in the history of college football, how many teams have started with 7 straight at home?
They will not have a road game until October 18th at Jordan-Hare.
And Tim might keep the streak continued by going to that.
I think I'm planning on.
I have
going,
not
but
been
I
to
gotta
that
figure out what I gotta
six.
figure out what to do.
So you would bring your wife potentially to that game?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay.
It's a bunch of couples, but I don't know how to handle it. I know she's going out of town on Labor Day weekend, and then if we were to go to all these Mizzou games, taking a 3-year-old is a high risk play.
Yeah.
To Jordan-Hare? Yeah.
No, not to Jordan.
To some of the
That's
Columbia
just couples.
games. Yeah.
He could start screaming early and ruin the whole process.
Yeah, that's
nice call, Zebra.
I mean, I've done it. I've done it at that
on
age.
Tiger Board.
I've done it at that age. Don't expect to stay the whole game. That's why I usually don't bring him to a big game because I'll become a worse father than I already am. So
6 straight. I apologize.
There we go.
6 straight.
Well, at least there's a pretty good chance they won't have a bad weather game the whole year. At least none at Columbia. Shouldn't.
Oh, from a temperature standpoint,
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's
How
great.
about this? Huge fan of the Kilcoyne podcast with James Carlton. That's from Scooter and UC.
Hey, thanks, Scooter.
Look at that, James. Look at the fans.
Hey, Martin, you've been around a while. Westport, kind of a hop and spot back in the 80s. It kind of lost its shine. And is it back? Do you feel like Westport's back?
Yeah, it used to come over the KTRS studios. We recorded a lot of our segments there. It is coming back. They did a new 360 rooftop for Westport.
Okay.
And then they've added a couple of new restaurants. Yeah, I think they put a lot of money into it. The old Aucklands, who also did Union Station. Yeah, Westport's coming around. Doug, back in the day, it was Aunt Heidi's was a hangout. Do you remember Aunt Heidi's?
No, it must have been a little later than that. Burnham's was big.
Okay.
Burnham's was a big place.
I would say mid-'80s, Westport was rocking.
Oh, yeah.
And then it really cooled
I'm
off.
surprised it hasn't always been rocking because it's kind of the location's perfect. It's right in the middle of the population base. Yeah. There's free parking. You feel safe when you go there. There was 2 or 3 different bars you could hit when you were there. It seemed like the perfect spot, and it was there for a while. I don't know why it experienced the problems that it did. I guess maybe downtown took a lot of the young folks away.
And now it's coming back around.
Yeah.
I think the podcast kind of got people talking again.
That's what I was thinking as well. I mean, Doug, you worked down at the Landing, for 3 or 4 years? Is that back?
Glory days.
Well, it's not really back, no. It doesn't seem like we were there 3 or 4 years. How many years were we there? 1 or 2, maybe?
2007 to 2010.
There we go.
I guess it was 3 years.
Above the Smut Shop and the Show Me's. And you can, there was always
and when you would win the email of the day, Martin, you would get a wing and fry party for 20 people. It seemed like a hell of a prize.
Was it a Show Me's?
It was a Show Me's.
A wing
for
and
20
fry
people.
party.
Like for 2 people, I would have been like, that's a nice prize for 20 people.
How many people cashed in on that? I'd like to hear some stories.
I am sure there are some current listeners who went to the wing and fry party for 20 people.
Okay.
But you read about it in the Business Journal or Post-Dispatch. There's money that's supposedly flowing into mixed use for office and entertainment down on the Landing. And they're going to beautify that riverfront that you've been calling for since I've been listening to you, Doug.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
We need a hero in this town. We need a hero.
Just build around the old spaghetti factory. Just use it as your base.
Ground zero.
You build out from there.
I mean, you guys were the ones that taught me that Sam Altman was from St. Louis. I had no idea. There's our ticket.
Burroughs?
Yes, there's our ticket to
Do you agree that
revitalize.
Burroughs has the best Mount Rushmore of
Well, I learned from
graduates?
you guys. I mean, I didn't go to high school out here, so I mean, I just learned. I lived through you guys on that, and
was it
that was a
John
pretty
Hamm,
impressive
Sam
list.
Altman,
yeah,
Ezekiel Elliott.
And he said the actress that got
Ellie
hot
Kemper?
water. Yeah,
Ellie Kemper.
That's right.
It's a pretty good Mount Rushmore. But Doug's Kirkwood Mount Rushmore is pretty damn good.
Wasn't bad, yeah.
I mean, where I live, Webster's not too shabby either. I didn't realize till
Vincent
Dave Peacock went to Webster Groves High School.
He's a statesman.
Yeah, and he's been a big contributor to the St. Louis area.
Redid that Moss Field.
He did. He was a
Peacock's
big reason.
on that.
And
Coach
boy, did it need
Carlton's
it.
part of that. Yeah.
Boy, did that field need
Dave
it.
Peacock did that? He did the field?
He made a nice contribution. Let's put it that
He
way.
was a part of the renovation there.
Yep.
Eric Stisser had everybody on speed dial, I believe. Over there.
Some of these
Looks
high school
good.
fields now, football fields and baseball fields, it's just incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, I drive by that one. I've never been to it, but CBC's looks gorgeous.
I know.
off 40.
You could play professional games on these fields in high school. My day at Kirkwood, we had a dirt patch, and we were happy to have it. Just a dirt patch, no outfield fence, no grass infield, no dugout, nothing.
Dirt
Lights.
patch.
Now they've got it all. The Kirkwood High Field, and there's a lot of them in the area. They look like major college stadiums.
Yeah.
Doug finally said it. Back in my day.
Yeah.
Back in my day.
Did you play football?
Just as a ninth grader.
Okay, because you're a big hoop star and baseball star.
Right.
I weighed about 150 pounds.
It's 50 more than I would.
Humble brag, Tim.
Yeah, my dad said they'd put the real good athletes at quarterback in the skilled position, and then he'd be stuck on the line, blocking these guys.
Whoever's
Blocking
big.
left tackle,
Yep.
blindside. James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent, and he has been for 6 years. And there is a very good chance that James and his team can save you money. You have about 60 seconds to invest to see if they can save you thousands. Caller Ellen texted me last week.
We had a
James
great
said,
conversation. She was fantastic.
I am finally a James Carlton
Yes.
client. She goes, I can't believe how much money he's able to save me. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. Great to see you, James.
Likewise. Have a good one.
There he is. That's
Thank you.
James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, with us here on TMA. Arbor Day says the landing in the AT&T building or the football to St. Louis's Charlie Brown. Every week the Business Journal does a story on a new mega project. The next week it fell through like the precious 500 times. I blame Doug. That's from Arbor Day.
It is my fault. Well, it is true what he said, though. It does feel like we constantly read these stories about how new developments coming in, and then nothing ever seems to happen. Apparently, the problem with the AT&T building is parking. It's got that enormous office building there, the biggest office building in the state, I believe, and it's been completely empty for at least 10 years now. There's just no place to park. If you fill the building up, I guess there's a few spots for the presidents and the CEOs of the companies, but the worker bees have nowhere to park.
You probably
not great.
film a movie or two in there. If anybody needs a tall story building, film a movie. Why don't we market it that way, Doug? Or maybe an escape room.
An escape
A cool building.
An escape building.
Yeah.
Email in your suggestions for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Let me tell you about a local gem, Dents Express, new sponsor here on TMA. Family owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. What I love is these guys aren't just good, they are experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years. That means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations with no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right. You drop it off, and then they take it from there. They're open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and located right here in the St. Louis area in West County. So call 636-227-5050 or just swing by and tell Gray that I sent you. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair.
money. That boy is scrappy.
Doug, did you see what Bill's Hole wrote in
I did not.
YouTube chat? Brought to you by Michael Holstra. He says they're giving away breakfast hot dogs at Nipper right now. So if you're in the area,
the hell's a breakfast hot dog?
What's a Nipper?
I assume he means Knifer, the middle school in Kirkwood.
He wrote it out as Nipper, like Al Nipper, who was with the Red Sox, and he's from Hazelwood.
Yeah.
West, maybe?
You think it's like a cheese omelet in the shape of a hot dog?
Katie Bates wants to know, regular or jumbo?
Kitty Bates.
Sounds like some of the listeners are going to head over to Nipper to get some breakfast.
Probably just a hot dog. And you're eating it early. That makes it a breakfast hot dog.
Well, they're giving them away. Brad Thompson is with us every Monday at 9:30 to give us his perspective. And he joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Brad.
Good morning, guys. I think I might be out on a breakfast hot dog. Where are you guys at on that?
Yeah, I'm not eating hot dogs.
Doug
Much less
food
for
shames
breakfast.
us on this program, Brad. So if you enjoy a good meal, don't do it around Doug.
Well, look, you guys food shame me for not liking seafood at all. You said all I order is tenders and cheeseburgers, which I'll be honest, I like both of those things.
Sure, those are good.
But yeah, hot dogs for breakfast might be a no, unless we're tailgating. If we're tailgating, I'm totally in.
Yeah, and if you're golfing and it's at the turn, you've played the 9 holes and it's still kind of early, then maybe I'll have a breakfast hot dog.
If you're starting your Monday off with a breakfast hot dog, are you kind of giving up?
You are. Yes, you are.
That's actually a great call. You might as well quit. Whatever goals you had, whatever
the
things
whole
you wanted to get done this week,
Shut it
they're not
down the
happening.
week.
sets
If
the
you have a
tone.
breakfast
Yeah, they're
hot
not
dog on Monday at 9 o'clock, just turn the page to next Monday and see if you can get it right.
You're not going to the gym, right? You told yourself over the weekend you were going to be better. You said, today's the day. Like, this is it. This is where I turn the corner. And then you had a breakfast hot dog. You're done.
Right. Go on home. Go on home and be quiet.
This is Brad Thompson every Monday here at 9:30 on TMA. The Cardinals win the series, most importantly, and they're now 12-8-1 in series, but they're going up against the Dodgers. And let's start with what took place on Saturday. I loved watching that baseball game. I know the conditions made it the air thick, as you guys were noting on the broadcast, but that kind of game where every pitch matters and it comes down to the end, that was a thrill, and I think it also was a great win for those guys to beat that team in that fashion. What was your perspective on what we saw Saturday, Brad?
Yeah, look, I know that every game, we talk about each, one day at a time, and every game means the same. And in the standings, it absolutely does. But when you're playing against a team like the Dodgers, star-studded, packed house, it feels different. So I don't know how many people had the Cardinals, I don't think that I did, holding them to 1 run over the first 19 innings of this series. But it was amazing. And you're right, that Saturday game, it was every single pitch could have turned the game. Every single ball in play, if a play's not made, if a cutoff man's not hit, if there's any sort of a bobble or a misstep, or a guy like Mason Wynn not aggressive in a situation like he was. Like, those are the games, and that's what they're all about. I know that a lot of times people want to see the home runs and want to see all this high-flying offense. Love games like that. Bullpen stepped up. The starting pitching in the first couple of games, awesome, with Sonny Gray and Eric Fetty. Phil Maton coming up in a big spot, getting a couple of punch-outs. That curveball was just unhittable. Everything about that series was a blast. It was just an awesome atmosphere. And more work to be done, man. The Blue Jays are coming in hot, too. So it's been an entertaining homestand to this point.
And even though players, coaches, manager, they always, it's not a barometer, it's not a litmus test, don't you think they feel a little bit that way when the series is over? Like, hey, we hung with the Dodgers. We beat them 2 out of 3. Do you think, as a player, can you help but think that way?
Yeah, I think that there is a little something there, right? You are focused on every single day, and you realize that a victory against the Dodgers doesn't curry you any favor in a series against the Blue Jays. But this is a team that external expectations were not crazy high coming into 2025. Internally, they definitely had a much higher belief in their skill set than maybe the outside world did, and they're just reaffirming it over and over again. I mean, this is a confident group, and Arenado talked about it after his walk-off winner about the crowd and the energy and how it does make it feel different. So I definitely think there's something to that. You have one of the best teams in baseball, one of the best offenses certainly in baseball coming in. The Dodgers will continue to get get better. They got 17 pitchers on the IL currently and 3 position players. Their IL salary is probably higher than most teams in baseball, their payroll. So they'll get better and better. But the fact that you shut them down, absolutely that breeds confidence within a clubhouse.
What did you think of the playing of the Matt Adams home run against Clayton Kershaw? And Kershaw was asked about it yesterday after the game. He was not happy at all, I guess, that they played it. What did you think of that whole deal?
Yeah, dude, I'll be honest with you. I didn't see it live. I didn't see any of this until I saw some of the headlines pop up this morning. So did they just, when did they play it and how long was this going on? Do you guys have the details on this? Because I'll be honest, I haven't dug in on it.
It's played before the game.
And I did notice a couple of texters said they did it on Friday as well. So somebody with the Cardinals, I was asking for, because you know how they have a continuous loop of big Cardinal moments just over and over.
Sure.
And I was asking because that's a pretty good one with Matt Adams, if it was in that loop and it just was more notable. But I was told that before the series, they had Cardinals and Dodgers moments picked out for the Jumbotron. That was before Kershaw was scheduled to start on Sunday. After some debate, we decided to run it anyway. So knowing that it might, I guess, get his attention or bother him. But I guess it ran all weekend as part of their Cards-Dodgers moments.
Oh, hang with them then. You're a pro. You'll be fine. Look, I get it. So Tony La Russa, as you guys very well know, hated bulletin board material, right? Nothing that would have the other team thinking one way or the other, right? Play it straight. So I got a feeling Tony wouldn't have enjoyed that playing, just poking at the opponent. I'm guessing, did you guys already talk about Tony and how this would go?
Yes, because the Cat said when Bill Hall was hitting in 2006 at the new ballpark, the Brewers are overrated, and it really irritated the skipper because it was bulletin board material.
Yeah, he's big about that. So, that was one maybe he wouldn't have loved at that point. But if you're playing highlights of everything, of the great rivalry back and forth, I don't think that is a bad thing. I'm sure, obviously, they knew that there might be a little brushback. Kershaw ends up getting the last laugh. First of all, he's made all the money in the world. He's one of the best pitchers to ever do it. He's on his way to Cooperstown, and he shoved against us, by the way. So, I guess he ends up winning that one.
Here's actually, Jackson has the Clayton Kershaw post. It's a very brief comment, and he was asked about it, so he didn't bring it up. But here's what he said.
I think it's a little bush league, but I don't expect anything less from these guys, so it's no worries.
The surprising part to me is he said, I don't expect anything less from these guys. That surprised me.
Back and forth over the years, huh?
Yeah, I guess he's just kind of sick of the narrative that the Cardinals got him pretty good in October a couple of different times. But I thought he probably had a healthy respect for the Cardinals, but maybe he's a little sick of them.
Yeah, that's some Mickey Mouse BS right there.
Oh, it goes back. See, it goes back to that. Was that 2013 NLCS, Doug?
I don't remember. I don't know. But you know what? I like rivalries. Yep. I like back and forth. Honestly, it's one of my things that I miss the most in baseball. I don't feel like we have that. I don't feel like you have a team coming to town and you're like, whoa, here we go. Like this current homestand, when the Royals were coming in, I go, there might be some fireworks here. Contreras is probably going to get hit in this series. You guys remember he spiked India. It looked bad. India couldn't play the next day and figured, all right, they're going to take a shot at some point. If it were my teammate, I would take a shot for him. And they didn't. I just don't. We don't see that in the game anymore.
I wonder if it's because teams don't play each other as much. You know, I mean, with the interleague play and everybody making sure they play each other. I mean, hell, Cardinals still haven't played the Cubs yet. Who was the team that, when you guys had your run, when you were playing, was there a team that you guys did not like?
You feel like it changed every couple of years. It had the Brewers for sure for a while with, Tony Plush, the untucking the shirt. That never landed really well at the end of the games. Hell, we had a fight during BP. Dave Duncan got in a fight with the Pirates.
Lloyd McClendon was going nuts, yeah.
Yes, yeah. They went at it. Everybody, they were hitting. We were all playing cash, and everybody met at the batting turtle. So it was every single year. It just seemed to be another team. Obviously, everybody remembers the Brandon Phillips, Yadier Molina, that whole dust up. But it always, and not that you don't want to fight, right? That's not something that you're necessarily doing. But when you have a little bit of bad blood, it makes me want to tune in. If I know two teams that don't like each other are going at it, I'm interested in that. But maybe that's just maybe I'm just old like that, where I dig that. But either way, I enjoy it, and I think that Clayton Kershaw with his comments. That's fine. He can take his shots, and he's had a great career. Cardinals will get a chance to see him again in L.A. But if that's the last time that we saw Clayton Kershaw at Busch Stadium, because I don't know what the future looks like for him, a pretty impressive one for the future Hall of Famer.
Dusty giving Tony the middle finger from the dugout is one of my favorites. Yeah, the Reds brawl, and then Niger Morgan was the one who was just always talking crap. I forgot about the untalk. So when the Brewers would, was it Mike Cameron, when they would win, they would just start.
I think it was Niger Morgan. Tony Plush was his alter ego, right? And
That's
he would undo it.
What's your alter ego, Brad? Do you have an alter ego?
I haven't come up with one yet. I'm gonna do it though. Yeah, I don't know yet though. I got to pick a character.
You must have been involved in a few on-field skirmishes, though, where you had to run in from the bullpen and grab somebody. Did you have any of those?
Oh, yeah, those are always the fun ones. The pullback guy. And the big rule to that is never grab your own guy. Never pull your own guy back. Grab theirs. The last thing you want to do is hold your own guy's arms down while somebody else is trying to get at him. You learn that one quickly. But generally, by the time the bullpens come in, as you're chatting with the other bullpen on the way in, things are usually de-escalated by that point.
Yeah, the best is when it's those double-decker bullpens and they let the other team go and out the door. Like, please go ahead.
Sure, I'll see you out there.
It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
How often do players in the dugout yell at the other team? And can you even hear them if they are yelling at you?
Oh, yeah, you can hear them for sure. And it happens in series. I wouldn't say it happens often, but you can definitely hear when it does. And I love that. I love that chippy back and forth. I mean, we catch it on some of the microphones sometimes. I'm sure you can catch it on TV of guys chirping back and forth every once in a while. So it is more noticeable on field level. I don't know how the acoustics necessarily work in a stadium, but for some reason, you might not hear the fan yelling, "Hey, you suck," but you do hear the guy on the other team yelling at you.
Huh.
So McGreevy pitched on Sunday, and I guess the plan is he'll stay in the rotation. So is the sixth man just that time of year they're worried about arm fatigue?
Yeah, they're in a span since that doubleheader against the Royals of 28 games in 28 days. Got an off day coming up in between Milwaukee and Chicago, but a whole lot of baseball. So it's one where you're just kind of buying innings for everybody, and you're also buying opportunity, I think, for McGreevy, who outside of that second inning, who gave up 3, thought he made some adjustments, pitched well after that, and he pitched so well every single time you've given him the opportunity. He was pitching great at Memphis. So kind of just gives you another chance to get a look at him at the big league level while saving innings for everybody else. I kind of like the idea, and I like he's been a gamer the entire time. Steven Matz, I like keeping him in the bullpen right now. So having that hybrid role with him where he can give you a couple of innings in the middle to bridge to the back end, or he can be the back end and shut down a game. I like him and the ability to keep him in the bullpen.
We talked a little earlier about how many pitchers the Dodgers have had on the injured list this year. And it's not just them. It's all over baseball. It's been going on for years, how many pitchers get hurt. Do you have an opinion on why that's happening at such an alarming rate?
Yeah, I think it's a culmination of everything, right, Doug? I mean, it's guys are throwing harder than they ever have before. I think kids are specialized much younger than they ever have before, so it's just more pitches, more reps on your arm. It's just higher torque. We're selling out for spin also, so you're really trying to get on some breaking balls and you're chasing numbers for some of these guys. So I think that there is a lot of it, and there's more max effort even out of your starters. This isn't a bullpen thing anymore. I think a lot of times the narrative or the thought process for a starter is, hey, give us your best 5 innings, whatever you got. And then we've got 6, 7, 8, 9 in the bullpen that all throw cheese too, so you're going to be fine. Very rarely do you see hey, first time around, all right, let's establish my fastball to both sides of the plate. Second time around, here comes the breaking ball, and setting people up knowing that you're going to get a third time around. You just don't see that anymore. So there's no conserving of your pitches, conserving of your energy at the big league level. And just the idea that throwing a baseball is completely unnatural. Getting your arm in these positions, opening up the elbow, the shoulder the way you do, it's just not natural. But I think it's a little bit of everything. And I'm not sure that there's a good fix for it, because I don't see us going back to the Greg Maddux in-out pitching movement. I just don't see that coming back to it.
Brad Thompson, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can watch the conversation at youtube.com/TMA STL. Ken Rosenthal wrote a column over the weekend, Brad, after Corbin Burns went out and will be out for a good long while now with having to have surgery, and he just signed a monster deal with the Diamondbacks. And then he not only talked about the ramifications for the Diamondbacks and what it could look like for them at the trade deadline, how that could impact other teams, of course, at the trade deadline, but then also organizational philosophies with regard to long-term starting pitcher contracts, and Burns being another cautionary tale. You look at it, of course, from the player perspective and from the pitcher perspective. What do you think about organizations and the commitment to long-term starting pitching contracts and the inevitable, it seems like, injuries that come?
Yeah, if I'm putting on my front office, let's call it bow tie, whatever you want to put on. If I'm putting on my front office bow tie, I am not committing long-term deals to starting pitchers. Like, I'd be very uncomfortable with 5 years. Like, I think that's about as far as I would go for a special player. Now, if you have a guy within your organization that has not yet been a free agent, I wouldn't be as worried to buy out some years of that and see if I can get some value. But it really is one. You just know that at some point with these long-term deals, you're buying a surgery at some point. Like, that's going to happen. So if you can factor that into your math, if it ends up making sense, also if it is a piece that you truly believe puts you over the edge, then yes, like you can do that. If you financially can weather the storm with it. You can also add other pieces, but it does not seem like a great value piece to sign a pitcher for anything more than 3 years, really, at this point.
The issue, of course, is many organizations would love to be able to sign somebody for 3 years, but then they're going to get outbid by organizations that are in a position to take on that risk. And as you said, kind of pencil in a year or two where you're going to lose that. And that's where we get into the economics of the game. I think the Orioles gave Burns a higher AAV by $10 million a year, but he opted to go with the Diamondbacks because he got the larger overall contract package, and then Baltimore was left on the outside looking in.
No, and you're absolutely right. Look, there's always going to be somebody that's the price of doing business. And that's why it's so incredibly important, really, like for your entire roster. But I think it's so important to be able to draft and develop your own pitching. We saw the Cardinals with a pipeline of their own pitching for a really long time. When you don't have to go out and purchase those free agent starters because it's like a glaring need for your team, you are in a far better position, right? Sometimes you can let somebody else sign that guy at the end of things. So you're right. You're always going to get into a bidding war. I would think Mo would tell you pretty much every long-term contract that he has signed a player to. I'm sure it was a year or two longer than he was comfortable with. But that is the price of doing business at some point. I mean, you got to find the right guys, the right fit. Maybe sometimes you do pony up a little bit more AAV. Maybe you can knock a year off. But that's the cat and mouse of it. Like when we sit at home and we look in the offseason of free agents, it's very easy for us to play armchair GM and sign everybody. It's a heck of a lot harder when you actually are the one with the cost restraints. Like you actually have a budget and you have to do the negotiating a little bit different.
Do the pitchers care about when we talk about the six-man rotation, it obviously alters their routine. Do you think pitchers sort of hate it?
No, I think this group actually is okay with it. I think that they're fine with that added rest, knowing that it's just going to make them stronger at the end of it. I think it's a really supportive group too. I think they're happy to have McGreevy in the mix. I feel like he's a young guy that fits in really well. He asks questions, he learns. So even for your veterans like Sonny Gray, who you want to see out there every fifth day, I want to see him out there in September pitching meaningful games and being at the top of his game. And they believe that adding this rest in will absolutely help them do that. So, yeah, there's a tiny tweak in your routine of, like, daily what you're going to do. But as far as, like, being upset about that, I don't get any inclination that that's the issue at all. I think they're excited about being healthier at the end of the season.
Yeah, you mentioned Sonny Gray. He's really putting together quite a season at 7-1 with a 3.35 ERA. He could be in the Cy Young conversation if he does this the second half of the season as well.
Well, Doug, when he is on, he's freaking dominant. I mean, he's got something that the rest of the Cardinals rotation in large part doesn't have. The Cardinals pitching staff really is swing and miss. Like, this guy can miss bats. He just knows himself so well, knows how to set up hitters. Like, excuse me, I enjoy his sequencing, the way that, he'll go up and in, down and away, double up. Like, he's just so intelligent out there. So, if you can do anything to keep him more and more healthy, I think that you do it. But you're right. He's putting together a special season. He is must-see every time he gets out there on the mound. And hopefully we see more and more of that out of Sonny Gray. And hopefully we get a good one tonight out of Andre Palante, a little bounce back after that fifth inning mishap against the Royals. And that'll be an interesting one to look at when you look at, first of all, just this Cardinal pitching staff. Talked about how they don't miss a lot of bats. The Blue Jays don't strike out. I think they have the lowest strikeout rate in baseball. Andre Palante on the ground a ton. He's got his highest ground ball rate right now of his career. Blue Jays are not on the ground, like, very often at all. I think third or fourth fewest. So it'll be an interesting matchup between those two. But I look for Palante to bounce back. Should be a fun one.
Brad Thompson with us every Monday here on TMA as the Cardinals look to continue the momentum, taking on the Blue Jays this evening, and then a test in Milwaukee to wrap up the week. BT, always enjoy the conversation. Thanks so much for the time this morning, man.
All right, guys, thanks for having me. I'm going to go get a breakfast hot dog.
Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do. He's going to go get a breakfast hot dog over at Nipper. Brad Thompson with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And Doug Bills Holes is the one who pointed out they're giving away breakfast hot dogs at Nipper.
Well,
I'm Googling Nipper. Here we go.
Whenever they give away free food, the walruses are there's going to be a lot of chum in the water.
You call it chum in the water?
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a grease missile, Jackie, doesn't it? Morning, a breakfast hot dog's got to be a grease missile. By the way, I just typed in Nipper, St. Louis, and the AI answer could refer to multiple people, including Nick Nipper.
Baseball. Nicky Nipper. Who was that name?
Nick Nipper, a baseball player for Lindenwood University. Or Chris Nipper, also a baseball player for Lindenwood.
The Nipper brothers, Doug.
Al Nipper, who we mentioned, is in the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame.
Wow, family
Hazelwood
Nipper.
West.
He was Hazelwood West. Nice
who's on that? Who's on that Mount Rushmore? Got to be Kyle McClellan, Matt Weiner.
Matt Weiner's Hazelwood West.
Hazelwood West. Al Nipper, Matt Weiner, Kyle McClellan. Think about it.
Yeah, fill in the Mount Rushmore of Hazelwood West with your text.
I don't know of any others.
I got some more. Tom Sandoval.
Oh, Tommy Sandoval.
Devin Williams.
Oh, yeah. He went to CBC and then switched to Hazelwood
Devin
West.
Williams probably got to be on there.
There you go.
There you go.
Yankees closer.
Okay.
For the moment. I am never flying again. Public planes are a good reminder of just how wide the average American is. That's from Mr. Licks, and I guess he's flying commercial today and not happy about it.
Well, yeah, the average flyer is rather heavy.
Is that right? The average flyer is heavier than the
average American is pretty heavy. Pretty darn heavy.
Hey, guys, the Nipper brothers went to St. Raphael's. Thanks. That's from Big Pop.
I don't know where they went. Is that where they went? They may have.
Come on, Martin. Al Nipper was at one point the pitching coach for CBC. That's in the St. Charles Illini. How much Nipper information are we getting just because Bill's Holes found out that they were giving away breakfast hot dogs at Nipper? Was that true? He was that pitching coach for CBC?
I believe that's correct.
Wow.
I believe we covered the Al Nipper category fairly well, and then we moved on to Nick Nipper.
Guys, win one for the Nipper.
But it all started with the breakfast hot dog, and I cannot find out. Do you think it was a typo, Tim? I think they were at Knifer Middle School eating grease missiles.
Doug, did you go to Knifer?
No.
Did you go to Nipper?
No.
Did you go to North Kirkwood?
I did. Yes, and they never gave out free breakfast hot dogs ever.
He's mad about hot dogs.
Schools, there's no chance school's in session.
No, so what are they doing giving out breakfast hot dogs?
Tim, AI tells me there's no Nipper restaurant in St. Louis. You might be thinking of Peacemaker. Like,
Peacemaker?
Why am I thinking of that?
Hey, I want to tell everybody something real quick. They've got that Peacemaker in downtown Kirkwood now, Doug. I don't know if you've hit it. It seems like that might be something that you've hit.
With the forehands.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's just the greatest.
A couple times.
I'll meet you over there.
Let's do it. I think the fries are crinkle cut, but I could be off on that. Either way, you can get the lobster roll. But the wings they have there are the bee's knees. It's a sneaker play with the spices, which are nices. They're almost kind of like thank you. They're kind of like the dirty wings at Obie Clark's. Sneaker play, Peacemaker wings. Wash it down either with a hot dog or a libation of your choosing on a beautiful afternoon in Kirkwood. No Yola, just telling you another recommendation.
Can you bring your own breakfast hot dogs that you got earlier in the day?
I think so. Yeah, if you get
Ask him to put them on the grill, warm them up a little bit, run them to the microwave if you would.
The Peacemaker forehands in Kirkwood is the bee's knees. That's from St. Charles.
That's just how they're all going now. St. Charles.
Why?
224 friends are talking about it in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. It is the witching hour here, and that means Martin has to head to onboarding. 10 o'clock hour coming your way with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We will see you tomorrow, Martin, and we'll bring the heat is what we'll do.
Okay.
Jackson's got wonderful questions stored up for the 10 o'clock hour, such as this one, Doug, and this is, or would this be stepping on the dossier?
No, that's fine.
Okay, I'd like to hear it then.
Do you think that the St. Louis tradition of kids telling jokes to people on Halloween to get their candy has improved kids' self-confidence and taken away some anxiety from public speaking?
Well,
don't answer it.
Okay,
let it marinate.
Yeah, let it marinate over the break. I bet Martin might stick around now from onboarding to.
I like a good marinade.
Yeah.
Jackson's been a little quiet. I think he's ready to emerge in this 10 o'clock hour.
Have I been quiet?
Just the last hour, so it's okay.
Well, we've had two people in. One where I didn't have a mic. The other, let BT cook.
I guess if I say, how come you didn't say much? And your answer is, I didn't have a mic.
Right.
That's a pretty good response.
Yeah, this is kind of the only.
Asked and answered.
Yeah.
And then Don PP is in the YouTube chat, brought to you by Michelob Ultra. He says, I'm out of the email writing business. KG is a horse's ass, but he's not here.
Oh, wow. Why?
Where's Chairman? Is he doing a sound story?
Yeah, he told me I had to leave at 9.
Okay, God bless. He's got sound story responsibilities. So then the filter will be Jackson today?
Yeah. Daddy's back.
Now, will you filter anything or just
back.
let it flow?
Oh, I filter.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, email in. Different filter this week. The morning after at InsideSTL.com.
Still a united front. I would say anything Chairman filters, I would likely filter as well.
You go. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is the morning after. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Our friends at Together Credit Union want to talk about the St. Louis Zoo. Did you know the zoo cares for about 12,000 animals that represents nearly 450 different species? The St. Louis Zoo's impact on wildlife and conservation is significant. It's why Together Credit Union and the St. Louis Zoo teamed up to offer the exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. St. Louis Zoo debit card rounds up the change from your transactions, donates that money back to the St. Louis Zoo. Those donations help further the zoo's mission of animal care and management, wildlife conservation. In addition, when you have that zoo debit card, you're going to get special perks like membership to the zoo that gets you discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, much more. And if you sign up now, you get that sea lion plush toy, all of it when you get the St. Louis Zoo debit card. Get it by going online to togethercu.org, the website, or stop by any of those 14 area locations for Together Credit Union. Don't wait. Sign up today. Support the St. Louis Zoo. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Moneyball?
Mm-hmm.
And that is the theme today?
Today is Aaron Sorkin's birthday. So I figured one of his best works.
What's the Mount Rushmore of his works?
That's a great question right there. Social Network and Moneyball for sure. You probably have to go West Wing. And then A Few Good Men. Yeah, feel really good about that, actually.
Okay, well, don't feel that good.
Couldn't be more confident in that. Yeah.
Okay.
About the Newsroom.
Newsroom, other receiving votes. That one's, people are 50-50 on the Newsroom.
Are you in the business of pleasing people?
No, I love the Newsroom, but I would say that those 4 works are better than the Newsroom.
I bet there are plenty of people out there who don't like the West Wing.
Yeah, but it's a pretty dynamic show. Pretty outstanding.
You know what? Tim's lighting's not what I'd like to see again.
I know. I think I could.
I wonder what's going on there.
Here, give me a second.
There's a part of me that wonders if you and Martin and Jackson got together and are like, Tim's too hot. Let's bring him down.
In this case, I don't think it's the physical lights in this.
It's the camera.
In the studio. It's the camera.
The iris.
Right.
Jackson, can you adjust the iris on my camera? Thank you.
I tried
The
earlier
JC
today.
Penny chat support is active talking about it.
I think that did something a little bit there. But I did try adding iris, and it wasn't really doing much.
How about subtracting the iris from what I got?
I'm
still on fire over here.
I think you look good.
You can watch this all take place at youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel. Jackson's question, Doug, in the Stiefel dossier is the following. Do you think that the St. Louis tradition of kids telling jokes to people on Halloween to get their candy has improved kids' self-confidence and taken away some of the anxiety of public speaking/speaking with confidence?
I would say no. That's my answer.
Jackson,
no.
this came up on QFTA, the Tim McKernan Show podcast, and somehow this topic came up, did it not? And
It absolutely
that'd
did.
be good for the Stiefel dossier.
Yes. That's where it originally came about. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought that getting in that practice of like, okay, you want something, it's Halloween, you're with your friends. Well, you got to earn it a little bit, tell a joke. It doesn't have to be funny or even good, but you have to say it, speak confidently when you do it. And I think it instills in kids that it's okay. Like you can speak to adults with confidence. And I think there might be something there. I don't know. I thought about it the other day, and I was like, I actually think that's a really cool tradition we do here because I do think it helps kids get over some anxiety of public speaking.
Well, public speaking and just talking to an adult are kind of two different things.
But when you're 7 years old,
yeah, I think it's helpful that they speak to an adult that's not their mom and dad for a few seconds.
Right, and it's like a Pavlovian thing. Like you do it, now you get candy.
Yeah, I guess.
You don't seem too moved by this theory.
Well, I don't know that it has a huge effect on a kid. I think most kids probably do it and then run off to the next house and forget they ever did it.
But Jackson was saying that he's a great public speaker, and he attributed it to trick-or-treating.
Well, I don't know.
Really, I always liked it. It was like I relished that moment.
That's so surprising to me. I'm not saying the cause and effect, which I think it's worthy of really delving into, but you just don't strike me, and this isn't a shot at all, you just don't strike me as like a public speaker.
No, far from the truth. I love it.
But you can own a stage, huh?
Oh, and high school and college. In high school, I took a public speaking class as a freshman that was mostly full of juniors and seniors, and I relished every opportunity to get up there.
Really?
Because a little chip on my shoulder,
What was your chip on your shoulder about?
Well, I'm a young cat, and I like if I got a laugh out of people, that was like my fuel.
So what were you up there talking to the seniors about?
Public speaking?
Yeah.
I think I did a speech on trains or something.
Oh my word. I don't know. I think a whole lot of people in this town walked around telling jokes for Halloween, and then the first time they ever got up in front of a crowd to speak, they were still terrified.
I'm not saying it's foolproof. I'm just saying it starts planting the seed. The breadcrumbs are laid. But I don't know.
I think the value could come in feeling a little more comfortable to talk to your adult neighbors.
Sure.
People like that.
Right. I think that there's positive byproducts of it.
Yeah.
I think it's a cool tradition we have.
I do too.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be much point to it, just to walk around and we throw you candy and never talk to the kids or
right.
ask where they live or what they're dressed up as.
Sure. earn your stripes.
This is the worst question in the history of mankind.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. I actually feel pretty strongly about this.
You felt good about it.
Yeah. I'm not going to be thrown off this.
Jackson's a narcissist. This is adolescent shaming. That's from Doug Soggy Waffles.
I don't follow, but I appreciate the feedback.
Speaking at my parents' child custody court hearing really helped with my public speaking. That's from Philip Seymour Doffman.
Probably a lot to unpack there, if I had to guess.
The only thing that helps with public speaking is to do it a few times and to be extremely prepared for what you're going to talk.
Yes, but not reading off something. Reading off something.
Right.
I've been to a couple weddings recently. I always love it when the speakers are not looking at their phone or a piece of paper. Like, they might look back at it just to reference something, but they are looking out to the crowd.
Anytime I give a speech at a wedding, I have a teleprompter brought in.
Do you?
Wheeled in.
Yeah. Makeup gal, too, probably.
And there's nowhere to hide it, too, so it's got to go right on the dance floor, right in the dead center. So you're not really pulling the wool.
Are you delivering a speech at Sweet Sweet Kai's wedding, which you're going to miss the Plowhawks wedding?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think. Although I'm always ready. Just no.
I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like when there's a guy you cover, is doing our thing, Doug, in the locker room, you can kind of tell they'd be good on television or radio. I feel like that's the same thing with public speaking. And I'm not saying I would think you would be bad. It just surprises me that you are, you're up there and you're Jack Buck at a banquet in 1987.
I will say I haven't had, outside of school, a ton of public speaking opportunities, but a handful. TMA events, and
you've had TMA events where there's been public speaking?
Well, we got a trivia night or something, and I have to say something or something to that effect, and I never get the fear that I know some people get when they have to talk in big crowds.
Oh, it's a huge fear for most adults.
I never ever had
That's
that.
That's when people are asked what their greatest fear is. It's many say public speaking.
Yeah, it's not. I've never had that pit in my stomach feeling. Never.
Well, that's good.
And you attribute that to telling a joke in 2004.
Well, if I had to look back at my life, I think that was early practice on public speaking. Yeah.
By telling a joke at Halloween.
Sure. Have to speak clearly, can't mumble. You got to speak up. You got to look people in their eyes. I think it teaches a lot of great lessons. And then at the back end, positive reinforcement, you get a piece of candy. I think it's a great thing. And if people have a problem with that, I don't really give a rat's ass.
Hey, come on now. Yeah, I like it. When I lived in Miami and up in Minnesota, kids would come by and I'd say, "What's your joke?" And they'd look at me like I had 3 heads or something. What do you mean, joke?
So
what am I, Don Rickles? What am I, Don Rickles? I said, no, I just want a little joke. And wouldn't get it. Would not get it. They just hold the bag open and expect you to pour the candy in there. I didn't like it.
Is this TMA or is Jackson on the air working through a therapy session? That's from the
lines can blur sometimes, certainly. But no, this is team. Well, welcome to the program.
Is Papers just as comfortable wearing a diaper while swimming as he is public speaking?
No, everyone. I've talked about this before. Great swimmer. I am a great swimmer.
Are you really? Wow, great public speaker, great swimmer.
I'm a great swimmer. I put on said flotation device, not a diaper, but a flotation device, really more of a cummerbund, because that's what they required. I could get into that water and swim laps, baby.
This proves Jackson's a cuck. How? Because he's a good public speaker? I don't get it.
We're going to need you to show your work on that one, whoever that came from.
That's from Average Size Shabangas.
Oh. Did I put that name in there?
I just read what's in the telepro.
What's your favorite stroke as a swimmer?
Freestyle.
Yeah. Oh, is it really?
Yeah, sure. I never liked backstroke because your ears are in the water, but your eyes are out. And it's a weird feeling. I
can't see where you're going either.
Hit your head or something. Yeah.
Great show! Cardinals take 2 and 3 against the Dodgers, and we're talking about Jackson's public speaking. Some bishing about sports, Doug.
Literally bishing about sports. Yeah. Well, we covered that in the first 2.5 hours of the program.
Sort of, yeah.
Pele Blanco's on board with your theory.
Thank you, Pele.
So you have some support.
Yeah.
There might be something there.
Yeah. I think if nothing else, it's a good thing. I think it teaches kids lessons that you don't often learn in practice. You know, you might practice with your parents on speaking to adults, looking people in the eye, enunciating, speaking clearly, but this is like real practice you can do 50 times on a Halloween night, you know?
But does it hurt that sometimes their identity is hidden behind a mask?
It's true. It's true.
They feel a little more bold.
Maybe. There's something to unpack there, too, Doug. See, Doug adding to the theory.
Add to this. Maybe we can go another segment with it.
Well, it certainly can't hurt.
Right.
There is nothing worse than a bridesmaid speech. 99.9% of them are absolutely awful and unfunny. That's from Bazooka Tooth 75. And then old Adam Welly says, yeah, my wife did one. It was like an effing book report.
Oh.
So they're not happy with bridesmaid speeches in the Michelob Ultra YouTubes.
They don't have to be funny. It's just kind of a tradition for someone to do that. You kind of expect to hear somebody say something, don't you? The father, the bridesmaid, the best man. Someone's got to say a little something.
Brutal first segment in the 10 o'clock hour. That's from Dory Oldsfinker. You're wasting Tim's greatness with this conversation. That's from Don PP.
Whatever, man. Whatever. But again, people can show their work and explain to me why. Well, that's wrong, Jackson. I disagree, and then show an example. Then we'd have a real conversation. But just saying I stink isn't really going to do much.
Show your work.
That's what That's
show
what
your work.
You can make any argument if you can back it up. You know.
You should practice getting the audio right on remotes and uploading a damn podcast. Some Ernie Bjorkman.
You're being told what to do now.
Yeah, that hurts. But, understandable.
The Morning After at InsideSTL.com is another place to express your displeasure. It's presented to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. We got ice hockey here on 101 ESPN tonight. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. That series is tied a game apiece with it heading back to Florida. Oilers, Panthers tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6:30, puck drop at 7. That was our Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, as the Battlehawk season comes to an end, we put it in perspective by playing from 1985's Teen Wolf, a score titled on the album, Boof.
Oh, is that what it was? Well, that dome's going to be a sad place now that the Battlehawks are done.
Yeah, otherwise,
how many will show up for the championship tilt without our beloved Hawks there?
62,000?
I don't think so. Any idea what they got last year? Couldn't have been much.
I left the crowdsourcing industry years ago.
I didn't. I'm very much in it.
How about this, Jackson? This will lift your spirits.
All right.
Jackson, you and I don't agree on everything, but I think you do an amazing job. You're well-read, well-prepared, and you care about your job. Thanks for all you do for the station and for the fans. That's from DJ Patty Cakes.
What a
How
nice
about
text.
that?
That's outstanding.
How about that?
Thank you, DJ Patty. That's very kind of you. Incredibly kind. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's very kind. Thank you.
Sharon and Clayton is not happy, but not with Jackson. A bridesmaid speech is not for the Neanderthals at the reception. It's for the bride and her friend. You're not supposed to like it. As if bridesmaids want to hear some of the best man's bro stories. Hell to the no.
Oh.
That's from Sharon and Clayton, and she said hell to the no.
She sure did. She would be the star, I think, if we can get this thing off the ground.
I have not gotten the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's email with her audition.
Still waiting.
Piddles, don't let these people get you down. Asking about trick-or-treating in June on a sports show makes total sense.
Thank you.
I hope and pray you keep coming up with these fantastic and thought-provoking questions. With that being said, I've got a name request. I'd like it to be Little Piddles 7-iron, short yet reliable.
Not bad.
It's a good
You showed your work well.
Handy club to have in the bag.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I cannot open up the books per se on name changes. We'll have to wait until the first week of July. Although I don't know how it's going to work for you. We'll figure it out. I might give an extended window in July, given the holiday and all that.
Any club that's reliable is nice to have in the bag.
100%.
Because you're going to face all kinds of distance.
I'll say it again. It doesn't matter how far it goes. It's how close it gets to the hole.
This guy's a big shot dispersion guy.
Yeah, tighten that up, and then we can worry about distance. Although I need both.
Boy, I took it again from my 7-year-old.
He wasn't pleased with the...
There was the parent-child tournament yesterday at Family Golf and Learning Center. And Doug, we won last month. And for my son's sake, I was thrilled that he got to experience that. It's the first thing I've won also in 48 years on this earth athletically. It's been a letdown, to be real transparent with the audience. I mean, at the same time, getting cut from the freshman football, freshman basketball, and freshman baseball team is somewhat of an athletic achievement, just in that football's a no-cut sport, so to do it.
It especially hurts to get cut from a no-cut sport. I'll go out for football. They won't cut there. No, if I got cut.
Were you the only one on the team to get cut?
There was me and some other guy when I showed up. And I thought, wow, look at this nerd. And I got my walking papers with him.
Oh, man.
It's like Animal House where they put the guy, the pledges that they weren't going to take. They took them all into another room. You know, you're with Ahmed.
So, winning the parent-child golf tournament at Family Golf last May, highlight of my athletic career. However, what that does now is it sets the stage for my son to expect he shows up at every tournament and he wins. And I don't know how, Doug, but on the challenging 107-yard third hole, which you have to carry, I don't know, about 50 yards to get it over the water, I was unable to do so and went in the water, and I got a stare down from my 7-year-old playing partner. And our pairing, we spiraled. And the next thing you know, it was like the U.S. at Medina in the Ryder Cup. All hell broke loose, and we were not able to defend the strap. We were not able to defend the strap. And candidly, I could see me getting cucked in the next parent-child tournament, and a separate dad stepping in for me after I was unable to clear the water. And and I want people to hear this. It's a 52-yard carry.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Thank you.
You don't necessarily have a club in the bag for that.
That's got to be really tough if you have to have a step-in guy who claims to be the father. Like some guy in a bald cap comes out.
But when you get cut from a no-cut sport, do they just say, no, just no?
You can't post it because then it would be 2 names left off.
I think it was a safety issue. I think it was an insurance liability for the St. Louis U. High Endowment.
Yeah.
The Backer Memorial.
They make up some BS about not enough jerseys, not enough numbers.
The last day of tryouts, the coach just said, well, you all made it except that guy. I could see how that could stick with you for...
Probably the first week of school, too.
Yeah.
It was a bad start.
I mean, I'm just some hoodlum from the south side.
Right.
And I'm like, I'll get to know some people because very few people from my neighborhood are going there at the time. And I'm like, I'll get to know some people. No, I'll get cut.
Oh, man.
Welcome to high school.
Welcome to high school.
No cut sport except for you. We'll make an exception and cut your ass.
Jackson, you're snoring over there.
I can't help it. When Doug gets going. I can't help myself. I think it's wrong. I think they did you wrong.
Thank you. Gary Kornfeld's tortured by it.
Yeah.
He's tortured by it.
I think they stifled the career of what could have been
He could have saved your life.
a Heisman Trophy winning. Yeah. It could have ended there on a warm September afternoon. Right by the Science Center.
I can hear the pain in your laugh, Tim. I'm sorry that happened to you back in the day. That's from Sweet, Sweet Kai. And Jackson will be at his wedding a week from Saturday.
Yeah.
Cape Cod.
Yeah. He was a soccer player.
But they did have equipment that fits you and everything, didn't they?
They got some from the South County Seahawks. Played out at Afton. Who's wheezing in there?
Vaughn.
I've heard that story a few times. It gets me every time.
It has. This has resulted in a giggle fit before. It's kind of the easiest thing that gets you going.
It's a go-to.
It really is.
When in doubt, go to the classics. It's my credo. Penny saved, penny earned. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy.
He's going to have a live read after the segment. You're going to need to get the hell out of here, Doug.
Or else it's going to be a make-good for UWD. The program is called TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here, and if you are a homeowner like me, you know how it goes. You work hard for your home, you take pride in it, but let's be honest, it's always something, right? There's always a project that needs attention, and sometimes the big ones, like replacing old windows, get pushed to the bottom of the list. But I'm telling you, this is the time to finally check that box. With Universal Windows Direct, it's honestly one of the easiest decisions you can make right now. They're running their home improvement season sale, and the offer is just too good to pass up. You can get payments as low as just $99 a month, or no payments and no interest for an entire year. And that gives you a full year to enjoy the comfort, savings, and curb appeal before you ever make a payment. And listen, Universal Windows Direct will also come out and do a free window and energy assessment so you can see exactly where your home's losing energy and how much you could be saving. It's pressure-free, super helpful, and honestly, it's eye-opening. So if you're feeling those summer cooling costs creeping up, or you're just ready to give your home a fresh look, don't wait. Give Universal Windows Direct a call. Schedule your free energy assessment and take the first step toward a more comfortable, energy-efficient home. Call 314-334-2522. That's 314-334-2522. Or go to universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Doug, power rankings are out Monday morning after the Cardinals win.
Okay.
2 out of 3 from the defending world champion Dodgers. Would you like to take a guess as to where the Cardinals are?
Well, I would say they'd be about 9 or 10. No, I'll say 9.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. 10?
Yes.
All right. That seems about right, maybe.
They dropped a spot from last week.
Okay. Well.
Who do you think's number one?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Well, how about the Tigers?
Yes.
Get the best record. Okay.
How about 2?
How about the Mets?
No, I'm sorry.
The Yankees?
No, I'm sorry.
Dodgers?
No, I'm sorry.
Doggone it. Cubs?
Yes.
Okay.
Then the Mets, then the Yankees, then the Dodgers. It's good to see some small markets. Cardinals at number 10. And this is kind of, you wouldn't have been able to guess this at the beginning of the year, but 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 are the Pirates, A's, Marlins, White Sox, and Rockies.
Shocking. Stunning.
And then you wouldn't have been able to guess the top 5 at the beginning of the year. Baseball economics. Shut it down after 2026. Shut it down.
Rockies have cobbled together another nice little 3-game losing streak. The Phillies have fallen apart. They
Bryce
got off to such
Harper's
a good
out.
start. Yeah.
Southside Seamen don't know what to do. I've got Jordan Alvarez, IL. Bryce Harper, IL. Jordan Westberg, IL.
Mm-hmm.
The Prime Minister is interested in
My
firing.
team is so horrible. It's hard not to give up. It's just terrible. Everyone's having a whole year. I had one day where I was like 1 for 34 at the plate.
You faced some good pitching.
No, I did not face good pitching. I just got bad heating. I've never had a team this bad. I mean, it's just hot ass.
Jackson withdrew from the league because his team was so bad.
Year in, year out.
And when you got 16 teams in the league, there's nothing in the free agent pool.
Unlike some of these ham and egg owners, I know when my time is up.
Yeah.
And I know when to relinquish ownership.
Fold your cards and go on home.
I don't have the stomach for it.
Yeah.
Jackson's out. It sounds like Doug's thinking about it too.
Once Spencer Strider went out last year before even throwing a pitch, I was like, that's it. I'm out. It's ridiculous.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That is coming up. BK and Ferrari at 11 o'clock. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. You can go to igotfloored.com to learn more. Michael's Flooring has 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Darden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. Michael's passion? Flooring. The customer service, the knowledge from the staff, the passion for doing it right from the installers, that's all part of the business at Michael's Flooring. So whether it be carpet that you're looking for or any kind of flooring, Michael's can hook you up. You can go to igotfloored.com and get 3 samples right now from Proximity Mills. It's Michael's Flooring. igotfloored.com. Doug, ESPN just came out with their All-Star team projections. How many Cardinals do you think are on the All-Star team?
Probably Sonny Gray.
No.
No? How could he not be?
I mean, it's not my fault.
Maybe Mason Wynn?
Mason Wynn.
No. Sounds like Jackson's coming after you now.
There's one obvious name.
Helsley? No. An obvious name?
This boy is scrappy.
Donovan?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Oh.
It's like the best second baseman in baseball right now.
You think? I guess he'd be up
he's
there.
not the starter.
Really?
Marte.
Okay. Yeah. I'd still give it
And
to
it's
Donovan.
Sonny Gray not making the team.
That's correct.
Okay, I don't like that.
Brendan Donovan, the only Cardinal on the All-Star team.
Jose Barrio left out.
He was. Your starters, Zach Wheeler, Mackenzie Gore, Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, Kota Senga, Chris Sale, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Freddie Peralta, Robert Suarez, Edwin Diaz, Randy Rodriguez. Doug, no Sonny Gray.
Yeah,
and for
wrong.
the record, your starter for the game is Paul Skeens.
Okay.
I mean, it makes sense. So if Sonny can keep up what he's done over the last 4 starts, kind of ever since that Philly up, then I think he can make a run, but he had a couple bad starts.
I have no upside in this, but it's a free $100 for either one of you.
Okay.
Name their projected starting outfield for the National League. No guesses. If you look, you will wind up at the bottom of the river.
Oh.
Can we do it as a team?
Yeah, chop it up, 50-50.
Sure.
Projected. Did you say projected starters?
Well, we know it's no Cardinals, Doug. Pete Crow Armstrong is for sure on.
Yeah, the
Pete
Cubs
Crow.
center fielder.
Give me Pete Crow in there.
Got to put you on the clock, too.
Oh, I don't like clocks.
Tatis?
How about
I'm
Corbin
sorry.
Carroll of Arizona?
It's a shame Jackson ruined it for you because I can't give you the answer, and then you get strikes.
Right. Well, do we get Carroll and Pete Crow?
Carroll and Pete Crow Armstrong.
Okay. All right, I feel pretty good about that, Doug.
Right.
And you want to fire a bullet?
On the right.
$100 is off the table now, but
Price
this is the one where I felt like you weren't going to get it, but maybe
Is Schwarber an outfielder?
Nope.
Is he
Thinking NL East, the Braves have been bad.
can we have initials now?
JW.
Jimmy Williams?
He used to
Who does
manage
he
the
play
Blue
for?
Jays, and now
Yeah.
he's an outfielder.
Jason Worth, still putting in work.
Oh, yeah. No,
I think he owns
racehorse
horses.
owner.
I think he does too.
JW. Jared Wacker? I didn't realize he was having a good year.
Jason Williams, White Chocolate.
James Wood.
Oh,
James
yeah.
Woods,
Of the Nets.
Casino.
Yeah.
What was Sharon Stone still doing with him? In Casino.
Sharon Stone is dating James Woods?
Well, in Casino she was.
Yeah, Lester.
Lester,
By the
yeah.
name Lester.
Real
Sam Ace
scumbag.
Rothstein got sideways with him.
Was that the biggest red flag that this woman you're courting and you're super rich is dealing with James Woods, Lester?
I mean, in the 1970s, the red flags were a lot more obvious. Now it's just Instagram thirst traps.
Well, he met her while she was stealing from a craps table.
Bigger red flag, stealing from a craps table or begging for attention on social media.
Some could say the same thing.
Wouldn't you be afraid you'd have your legs cut off if you stole at a casino?
I wouldn't mess with Sam Ace Rothstein.
No, or
anyone
Don Rickles.
else.
Yeah, that Don Rickles
There's
ran a hell of a
cameras
pit.
everywhere and henchmen galore.
Head in the vice.
And Brian Henshin covering the Fever and the Pacers. Did he email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today? Find out next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Sports Center Update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action tonight, taking on the Blue Jays. 6:45 first pitch. Andre Puente on the mound. That was another Sports Center Update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and it's a Jackie Papers filter day. Is the filter different with Jackson than with Chairman Kurt, who had a sound story responsibility that took him out from the program earlier today? You can always email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Once your email read on QFTA, the Tim McKernan Show podcast, email me at TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. And hate mail is welcomed, if not encouraged. He stood tall. He stood proud. He stood in front of his peers with a sly smile, like he was in on a joke no one else knew. Trains, he said. Trains are the heartbeat of America. The seniors in his class leaned in close to hear this great orator work his craft. Trains, he repeated with a grin, thinking to himself, they're eating out of my hand. Trains are strong and tough, stronger than a really big truck. Classroom of upperclassmen oohed and ah. The prom queen swooned. This was a master at work. As he took his seat after a loud round of applause from the class, and especially the head cheerleader, he pronounced loudly to the class, and that's why we tell jokes on Halloween, folks. What a legend. That's from Cucky the Dwarf.
Hell yeah.
Cucky the Dwarf.
Once in your life, you find him. Someone that turns your heart around. And the next thing you know, Doug and I are closing the town. Wake up and it's still with you, even though Doug left me cross town, wondering to myself, hey, what have I found? When you get caught between the moon and Crestwood City, I know it's crazy, but it's true. When you get caught between the moon and Crestwood City, the best thing that we did was fall in love. Remember that time, Doug? Papa.
No.
It's from the 8:30 Recreator. Was that a take on Arthur's theme by Christopher Cross?
8:30 Recreator.
Oh, yeah. I was lost, but now I'm found. Pacers 107, Thunder 123. I once was a critic, but now recognize Jackie's the truth. You listen to papers, you make paper. You listen to papers, you make the paper. Plus, he's got a little something called Want To, Doug. Heard of it? Damn it if my second grade boys indoor soccer team hasn't. But above all, he's got a tuft of bitchin' blonde on top. So in closing, all hail cute, precious Tim, and all hail Jackson Burkett with love. That's from Dan, Big and Blonde.
Dan, Big and Blonde.
And finally, morning boys, as a former lensman and lover of all things Tim, I'm furious when I look at his camera. Tim should never be kept in the dark. I believe the problem is the window behind him being in the shot. The aperture on the camera is likely on an auto setting and working with all the light in the shot. Bright sun outside and low light inside equals dark Timmy and mad me.
Oh.
Pan the camera left to get the window out of the shot and get our beautiful Tim more centered in the shot.
Stop it.
Or close those blinds to block the light. But I do not like that option as much because Tim should get some nice sunlight while he works so effortlessly to entertain us all.
Gosh.
I look forward to seeing our handsome Tim better tomorrow. How's your gong banging wrist, dog? That's from the D-Gen from Jeffco.
D-Gen from Jeffco.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What you got?
Well, all four were really pretty good. 8:30 Recreator especially good. But I'm going to go Cucky the Dwarf. I thought he was the best.
I like D-Gen Jeffco.
I like Cucky the Dwarf. Cucky the Dwarf is one. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today when he presented the visual of you talking about trains.
Really theater of the mind.
How can he not win? BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.